Thanks, John. All right, Avery. All right. Hilarious. Tap that screen, guys. How about with the live goal? Appreciate you being here. Get things rolling. Good evening, Gully. I don't know, Willie. We'll see. Hockey Mom, hey. Hey, Crystal, what's up, friend? Tara, hey, guys. Glad you're here. Annoying is correct, yes. All right. Thanks, Gracie. I appreciate it. See what I'm serving tonight? I don't know. We'll see. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, we'd like you to hop in the box. Hop in the box. We're going to start taking guests here in just a second. So if you voted for Donald Trump, get in the box. Let's have a chat. All right. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in on this Thursday evening. Happy Thursday. All right. Let's get things rolling here. We're going to bring in our first guest. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you guys tapping that screen. Doing all the good things, as our friend Eric Ashante likes to say. And let's get to our first guest. Fat, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, how old are you and what state did you vote in?
31, Texas.
Okay, do you want to discuss one of the subjects that I have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
I'd like to talk tariffs.
Okay, what about them?
I think they're great.
Okay, why is that?
Couple reasons. Number one, I firmly am in support of everybody paying more tax, including companies and lower income people. Number one. Number two, the left liked to say that it was going to add a lot of inflation. The latest inflation report came in at like 2.7%. That's not bad. It's actually really good. Last jobs report in January looked great. I don't think these tariffs are having the negative impact.
Yeah, so I'm going to stop you right there. You do realize that the job reports in January was literally the worst that we've seen since 2009, right?
It was up 110,000 jobs. What are you talking about?
The jobs report that we saw in January, we lost jobs. It's the worst jobs report that we have seen since 2009. You didn't know that?
Don't know about that one, buddy.
Okay, well, it is, but that's okay. Also, if you're looking at
here it is. U.S. jobs report shows 130,000 increase in January. Which one are you looking at?
Hold on, please.
January 2016.
January 2016?
No, 2026. U.S. payroll rose by 130,000 jobs, more than expected. Unemployment down to 4.3%.
U.S. employers announced 108,000 job cuts in January 2026, marking the worst start to a year for layoffs since 2009. What are you looking at?
The U.S. jobs report.
What
from the government?
Oh,
the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Oh, you're looking at the non-adjusted jobs report. Oh, got it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's not right.
It's a net. Okay, so the numbers are right whenever they're in your favor, but they're not right whenever they show something different.
You don't understand how jobs reports work. You do realize that the jobs report is just an estimate, right? Did you not know that's how it works? So the numbers that you're looking at are just an estimate. The actual numbers are that there were 108,000 job cuts in January 2026. It's literally the worst start to a year since 2009.
And where are you finding this?
That's Challenger Gray and Christmas. Layoffs surged by 118%. You didn't know that the revisions came out, did you?
I'm still not saying what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the source that I've got. Also, there were a bunch of revisions last year. You should really look at the reports for the revisions.
How did they already adjust the jobs report if it came out a day?
BLS hasn't adjusted them. Those are just the actual numbers.
Right, but you're referencing this adjusted jobs report.
Here you go. Look here. Do you trust CNBC?
No.
You don't trust CNBC,
just
the financial network?
So it's net jobs added. That's what you have to look at.
Yeah, but except for the fact that you're talking about an estimate. You're talking about an estimate from BLS. These are actual layoffs. These are not an estimate. These are actual numbers. You're looking at an estimate from BLS. I'm looking at actual statistics.
I don't think you get how it works.
I'm sorry. Let me help you out here. The jobs report with the BLS, are those real numbers or are they estimates based on a survey sent out by BLS?
They're estimates from payroll companies.
They're estimates based on a survey sent out by BLS, which means they're not real until the numbers get revised later on. These numbers are actual layoffs that have happened. These are real numbers.
Yeah, but how many jobs were added, dude?
We don't know because those are just estimates.
Dummy.
So what? You don't have to go to the ad homs because you're getting cooked. So anyways, what actually happened in January, we don't know. That 130,000 number that you're citing that is an estimate from the Trump administration could shrink to like nothing.
Okay, so just to level set, just make sure we're on the same page.
So you don't understand
how... My
how...
source is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Your source is CNBC.
So, again, no, my source isn't just CNBC. It's Challenger, and Challenger is an actual organization that is reporting on actual layoffs. BLS isn't reporting
but you don't know how many jobs are created.
Dude, I'm trying to help you out here. Would you please...
You don't know how many jobs are created, though.
I'm trying to help you out here. Would you please...
How many jobs are created?
You don't know either. I'm trying to explain this to you. It's great.
So you can't say it's the worst start.
Since we both agree that we don't know how many jobs were created, but we do know for sure that we lost 108,000 jobs, it's the worst start to a year since 2009 because the estimate of jobs probably isn't correct because they always go back and they revise the job numbers.
You saw the same.
I'm not cherry picking anything.
Yeah, you are.
I'm literally just telling you how the BLS
That's
works.
Literally what you're doing.
I'm so sorry that you don't understand how the BLS works.
How are you not cherry picking?
Does the BLS always go back and revise their numbers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Fantastic. So what you're saying is that the number that you just cited.
Is this gonna be a two-way conversation?
Great. So fantastic. So you're
into your mic?
No. Yeah. I'm going to explain to you how the BLS works because you don't seem to understand it. So since you just explained that you understand that the BLS always goes back and revises their numbers, the number that they just cited probably is not correct. So since we know that it's not correct, CNBC, I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence, dude. Stop interrupting me. So since we know that the BLS probably... Oh, he ran away. Okay, bye, dude. I understand you're embarrassed because you don't understand how this works. It's an estimate. you would have been the first person in line when Joe Biden's numbers were through the fucking roof and then they got revised down by hundreds of thousands to go, that's just an estimate. It got revised down. It's an estimate. The numbers. Because that's how it works. It's just an estimate. You have to go back and get the final numbers. But these numbers from Challenger are real. They're actual layoffs. I'm so sorry that you don't understand how that works. But try again another time. I don't know how to make it any simpler for you. It's literally just a survey that they send out. That's why they revise the numbers after the fact. It's really not that hard. Also, when did CNBC become a source that like people are like down on? Companies only announced 5,300 new hires. That's what was announced. Job openings fell sharply in December to 6.5 million, their lowest since September of 2020. Available jobs are down by more than 900,000. Layoff plans hit their highest January total since the global financial crisis, while hiring intentions reached their lowest since the same period, outplacement firm Challenger Gray and Christmas reported on Thursday. U.S. employers announced 108,435 layoffs for the month, up 118% from the same period a year ago, and 205% from December of 2025. The total marked the highest for any January since 2009, while the economy was in the final months of its steepest downturn since the Great Depression. At the same time, companies announced just 5,300 new hires, or 5,306 new hires to be exact. Also, the lowest January since 2009, which is when Challenger began tracking such data. The crisis recession officially ended in March 2009. I'm so sorry that you don't I don't know if you don't understand what I'm saying, or I don't know. Anyways. Also, if he didn't like that, he really wasn't going to like what the New York Fed released this week about tariffs. But we'll save that for later. Anyways, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. That'd be great. They jobs, just people don't want to work because of the Biden 4 years. Huck, that was almost a sentence, but not quite. So feel free to hop on up and have a chat if you'd like. Feel free. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh yes, Crystal. Yeah, this is exactly what I was. Just talking about. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. I was just reading this report earlier. It is quite the report. Okay, Stephanie. Thank you. We don't have to bring that back up. Okay. That was a joke for TikTok purposes. Thank you. Also, real quick, Crystal, are you in here? Are you here, friend? Are you in the room? Are you here, Twista? You are. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Hop in the box. Kristen, why don't you come on up real quick since we got a... Great. Come on up real quick. And since we've got a minute without a Trump supporter, why don't you tell everybody about SOS and how they can support you, please?
Well, thank you. So some of you guys know I finally got some really great support from some other content creators, and I've started a group here in Springfield, Ohio. It is called SOS. stands for Saving Our Springfield. I'm getting a storage locker tomorrow, and I have a wish list in the Schling tree in my Shmayo, the SOS list, where you can donate supplies, things like diapers and baby wipes and sanitary napkins for women. And I'm going to be adding a bunch more to it to put in the storage locker for specifically for the Haitian community here that's under threat. Trying to take care of them. A lot of the people that my mom worked with in one of the factories here in town. So at some point we'll set up a GoFundMe. I don't have that yet. I'm not looking for money or anything like that right now. If you want to help, that is the best way you can do that. And this got kicked off all thanks to Triv and Simple Black Theory and Endemic and all the guys who have been wonderful. So that's where we're at.
Excellent. Guys, make sure that you're following our friend Crystal. Make sure you're following all of her many backup accounts as well, just for reasons. And if you can help out, if you can support, this is a great thing, a great cause, and those people deserve our support and they deserve our help. And so help our friend, help people who deserve some help, because they are at risk right now, and we should support those people. I spent 6 weeks working in Haiti about 20-ish years ago, 22 years ago, and I met some of the most wonderful people and had a really amazing experience, and I really enjoyed my time there, and I enjoyed all of those people, and so they're really wonderful.
Such incredibly kind people. Like that's what's really difficult for the community here, is that not only are they here, these people are here legally, just so we're clear here. These are not what MAGA like to call illegals. These people are here legally. They pay taxes. They are kind and warm and welcoming, and we love them. Unfortunately, Springfield is a very red city and a very red state, and we don't have the support like they would in blue states. So, and listen, if you can't donate yourself, just share out the wish list, right? That helps. Every little bit helps. If you don't have the finances, because look, I get it, I'm poor too, y'all, but this is how I can help. So just by sharing it out, that's a big help too. So
fantastic. All right. Well, we appreciate you, friend, and I'll let you
everybody.
I'll let
Yes,
you
get some MAGA up here to yell at, please. I need to live vicariously through you.
I'll do my best. I'll catch you later.
Love
friend.
you.
Bye. Bye. We love our friend Crystal. We love you. Good shit. Cool. All right. Well, that was fun. We've got 500 people over here on the TikToks already, and we've got no Trump supporters who want to come up. I see a couple of them chirping down in the chat, but shocker, they don't want to come up and talk. I would be embarrassed to come up and talk too at this point. Everything is a shit show for the Trump administration. So I wouldn't want to come up either. I get it. Yeah, Midwest, we did it. Smoozin says, where are all the Antifa? I mean, where are all of the people who are against fascism? I mean, everybody here, I think, is against fascism, except for, the people who support Donald Trump. They seem to be pro-fascism. So, I don't know. Yeah, we all used to be anti-fascism. It's so weird. Now, like, some of us aren't. I don't understand that. Speaking of Antifa, I got one of my grandfather's service records today. I had to do some of his stuff was lost, and I had to do a request from the National Archives, and I was able to get some of his stuff from the Army because he served in World War II. And speaking of Antifa, so shout out to the OGs, the OG Antifas. Good shit. One was Army, one was Navy, and is really cool, actually. My grandfather, who was in the Navy, he was on one of those Greyhounds in the Atlantic, and they were the ones escorting ships back and forth, like in that Tom Hanks movie. Yeah, that was what he did. It's crazy shit. Crazy shit what those guys did, and women, what they all did. So, yep. All right, well, good times, guys. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, what we got here, Chris? Okay. Oh, I saw that, Crystal. Yeah, we'll probably play that. We'll probably play that in a little bit. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah. All right. Well, Nemo probably is going to be here in just a little bit, guys. Don't worry. Never fear. Since we don't have any Trump supporters over here, and since Nemo is not in attendance at the moment, I guess we can turn the phone number on. So, if you'd like, we're turning on the phone number. So if you'd like to call in, use the number above my head if you're over on the tube. Now is your chance. Now is your chance to call in and have a conversation. So if you've been waiting to chat with me via the tube, now is your chance. Now is your chance to take a call and to have a conversation. All right? Good times. So there you go. If that's you, give us a ring. And say hi. Or if you are over here on the tube, if you're on TikTok, and you'd like to request that up, feel free. Feel free to do so. Appreciate the support that you guys offer. Help out with that live goal. If you'd like, links in bio for other additional ways to support. Also, if you're over on the tube and you'd like to offer some support, you can do so via links in the description. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Hi, are you there? Okay. It was weird, but okay. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, feel free to call in on the line. Microphone is working. We are there. So I was like, is the microphone working? The microphone's working. It's working. So once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, you can call in on the number above, or if you're over here on TikTok, you can request on up, and we can have a conversation. Maybe you can do a better job having a conversation and answering questions than Pam Bondi. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 41 and I live in Tennessee.
41 in Tennessee. Okay. Did you want to discuss one of the subjects that I have on the screen above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Yeah, the ICE prompt.
Okay. What about
Do you think ICE is a terrorist organization?
They do fit the definition of terrorism, yes.
What is the definition of terrorism?
It's the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims.
Political or excuse me, political or theological. Yeah. I don't think that they fit that at all. They're literally doing what they're supposed to do.
No, they're not.
They're not.
They're breaking the law, sir.
They're not rounding up illegal immigrants.
Sir, I just explained to you they're breaking the law. So that's definitely.
How?
Are they supposed to be breaking the law?
How are they breaking the law?
Well, in a number of different ways. I could point to the Minnesota judge last week who cited them for having broken 94 different court orders where they detained people that they weren't supposed to detain, where they kept people from visitation, where they
people
excuse me.
that they,
So I'm sorry. What?
the people that you're saying they weren't supposed to detain, were they illegal immigrants?
It doesn't matter. A judge said that they weren't supposed to be detained, so they broke a court order. It's against the law. And I'm just citing
No.
what. Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry. I
Go
understand
ahead.
that. I understand
Go
that.
ahead.
Thank you. I understand that you may think that you know better than a federal judge, but you don't. And so if a federal judge says that a government organization is doing something illegally, then they're doing something illegally. And not only are they doing something illegally, the federal judge said that the number of infractions that ICE had just in Minnesota is more than some federal agencies have in their entire lifetime. That was just one judge in Minnesota just for that one time period. That's not even counting all of the other things that they've done in other places. That was just regarding court orders that they've broken from an unlawful perspective. And we haven't even gotten into their Fourth Amendment violations or the violent things that they've done or the ICE agents that have gone rogue and committed violence. I mean, like, we haven't even gotten into all of that.
You think a judge has more power than the president?
I'm so sorry. I didn't say that a judge or the president. This isn't about the judge or the president having more power. This is about
Well, that's exactly
ICE.
what it's about.
No, it's not, sir. This is about the law. And if a federal judge says that you don't seem to understand this. I'll try to make this a little bit simpler.
No, you don't seem to understand. The president has control over all federal agents. All federal agents. Is that true or not?
What is judicial review, sir?
Where a judge looks over what's going on.
Great. What's the Supreme Court case Marbury versus Madison in 1803?
Hang on, I'll look it up.
Well, I can just tell you, it established judicial review. So 223 years ago, while James Madison, okay, you know who James Madison was? He kind of he kind of important, right? He might have known a thing or two about like the Constitution, and all of the people who framed the Constitution were still alive. And John Jay was. I'm sorry.
Unconstitutional.
What's that?
It was.
Yeah.
Exactly. Gave the power to the courts to declare an act of Congress.
No, sir. It declared Marbury versus Madison.
I'm reading it right now.
Excuse me, sir. Marbury versus Madison.
I'm reading it right now.
I'm so glad that you, in reading one sentence about this Supreme Court decision, think that you know what Marbury versus Madison established. That's really cute. I'm so glad, sir. I don't need you. Excuse me, sir. I don't need you to, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear my voice? I don't need you to explain it to me. Okay, sir. I don't need you.
The ultimate interpreter of the Constitution, solidifying the judiciary as a co-equal branch of government.
Fantastic. There you go. You finally got to the part I could have just told you. I didn't need you to read it to me because I've known this for years. Solidifying the judiciary. Sir, you have to stop talking now. You have to stop talking now and let me speak. Thank you so much. Solidifying. Sir, you have to stop talking now. Thank you. Solidifying the judiciary as a co-equal branch of government. That means that federal judges are allowed to tell government agencies when they are doing something illegal. And if ICE is doing something illegal, federal judges are allowed to tell them that they're doing something illegal. The president is not the king. The president does not get to do whatever the fuck he wants. ICE does not get to do whatever the fuck that they want. If they're doing something illegal and against the Constitution, a federal judge can tell them so and issue a court order that... Why are you interrupting me again, sir? Do you not understand that if we're going to have a conversation, if you continue to talk over me, this is not going to work? You keep interrupting me, and just because you just learned about Marbury versus Madison right now, it doesn't mean that you understand what it means. Marbury versus Madison established judicial review, which means that it's a co-equal branch of government, and we have checks and balances in our country. And those checks and balances mean that federal judges are allowed to tell ICE when they're doing something illegal. Do you understand? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good job. I'm so glad that we got all the way there. I could have told you that 5 minutes ago. Now that we've established that, I've already told you that, sir. If you'd like to rewind the YouTube after we're done, go back. I already explained to you that they were found. I already explained to you that just last week they were found to have violated 94 different court orders. Do you understand?
What court orders? Like specifically? Just name one. I don't care which one.
Detaining people unlawfully.
If an undocumented immigrant is here, it's not unlawful to detain them.
Sir, it absolutely can be unlawful to detain someone if they're not supposed to be detained. You don't know the circumstance of their detention. You don't know if they're supposed to be detained. So therefore, they can be unlawfully detained. ICE doesn't always get the right people, do they?
Who have they deported that has not been...
Sir, I didn't even say deported. I just said detained. You're really not tracking this conversation. Sir, you're really not tracking this conversation well.
You're telling me that they can't detain...
Sir, hang on 1 second. Sir, hang on one. Sir, can you just hold... Sir, can you hold on, please?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you on hold. Daniel, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I prefer Trump, sir. Yeah.
Did you vote for Donald Trump, or you're a Trump supporter?
Yes, both.
Cool. Fantastic. We'll talk to you instead. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
28, Louisiana. I guess I'll let you finish up with this guy.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Yeah, the ICE thing. The
Cool.
Third prompt.
Great. What would you like to say?
That I believe ICE is enforcing that you shouldn't be moving to a country without any legal documentation. And that's a pretty reasonable thing to uphold. Sorry, can you hear me?
What if they were here legally and then for one reason or another paperwork was flagged?
What was that?
So what if they came into the country legally? So they were like, it was a legit entry, whether it's like a work visa or whatever it is, right? And then let's say that for one reason or another, their paperwork, their immigrant status gets flagged in the system, right?
No, that's great. If you're here for a work visa, that's great. If you're here for any other visas, that's great. But for the majority of the part of the arrest that they've been making, it's been overstaying or illegal entry, or, I mean, that's just not, I mean, we can't be letting that slide, right?
I mean, I feel like the amount of money that we spend, the amount of energy that we expend trying to get people out that fall into the category of overstayed visas or illegal entry, it's like a law of diminishing returns. There's at this point, because we're talking about the interior of the country. If we were talking about along the border, I could at least understand that. Am I okay with that? No, but I could understand that. That was the logic that Obama used. I think that it was like 100 miles from the border, like 50 miles from the border. That was kind of the buffer zone that was used during the Obama administration, and that's where a lot of the deportation numbers that people cite whenever they talk about Obama, that's where a lot of those came from.
Right.
So
Obama was doing tons of deportations as well.
yes, but to be clear, deportations as in apprehensions at or very close to the border, at which point they're deported. So it's not like he was going into the interior of the country to deport people. Did that happen? Yes. Did it happen at the scale that we're seeing right now? No. Did it happen with unidentified masked individuals who will not identify themselves when asked and seem to be unwilling to provide any type of unique identifier, let alone a warrant to do literally anything?
I would argue the statistics say that yes, it did happen to much more of a scale, and on the same par of a scale that it's happening now under Obama.
Your statistics, as in, are you just like what, looking at the number of deportations?
Deportations and mislocations and
What do you mean by
the
mislocation?
the complaints that are being held under the Trump administration were seemingly double-fold at least under the Obama administration. So
You're not really explaining the mislocation thing to me. So what is that?
right, but you're sorry, you're kind of a mile a minute for my talking pace, but
Sorry, is my connection messed up? I'm not being an asshole. Is my connection screwy?
no, it's not your connection or anything. It's just
I gotcha.
yeah, me like getting to one point after the other.
You're good.
You would agree that we're a first world country, though, yeah.
Sure.
So, with that being said, we greatly benefit from deportations of illegal residents here, in the sense that the job opportunities being opened, being infiltrated by illegals is certainly not beneficial. And being a first world country, when those are opened up for actual residents of the state, then that leads to thriving. And
Does it?
yeah, I'd say it certainly does.
And what's your reasoning for that?
Right. So when you have a first world country, more developed, and every country has this, by the way, has this, and you have a unregulated immigration problem that is unchecked and has been, misregulated by different administrations of leadership, then it's of course going to be non-beneficial for the roles that people are qualified for, the roles that people have studied legally and immigrated to the country. There's a lot of great legal immigrants in this country that have certainly been qualified. So that's sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, my audio's been fucking weird right now. Sorry. How do you think that America became a first world country, as you put it?
Well, we are a country of immigrants, mainly from Europe, and then around World War One and World War Two, we greatly benefited economically, and that's how we are the money powerhouse that we are today. Um,
Yeah.
and we're trying
And
to uphold that.
so you're right. We're a country of immigrants. And part of the reason why we were a rising power going into World War One, we weren't like the head dogs by the time that World War One hit, but we were a rising power.
Yes.
One of the reasons why was because of the amount of immigration that we permitted into the country. We were expanding, and we needed people to work. We needed a workforce, and that was immigrants. Like, there's a reason why you've probably heard the phrase that immigrants built this country. It's because it's literally because immigrants built this country. Some of those were unwilling immigrants, I should note. But
That's completely true, and I agree with
Yeah.
you on that. But when it goes unchecked, then we get issues arising.
I mean,
If
what
that-
does unchecked mean? Because like during the potato famine, the Irish came in droves. And I mean, I'm sure that you probably like you sound white, so I'm gonna assume that either you got probably Irish, German in your family tree somewhere.
Yeah, half Irish.
There you go. So I'm sure that maybe growing up, or somebody in your family may have mentioned something about when the Irish came over, they had like, maybe $1 to their name and could barely speak the language, and they made it work, right?
Yeah, that goes all the way back to the Mayflower. So yeah.
Okay. That's a good thing, right? That to be able to pursue a dream like that, to allow someone to come into a country and not spit on them, shun them, and reject them. Like, I mean, the reason
Definitely.
why
And
the
Yeah,
part of
go
like
ahead.
one of the key things that makes or that made America different from other countries was the basic premise that we are a nation of nations. We are a melting pot. It's just a nice little tapestry of cultures, right? That's what made us different. That's what made us desired by every culture around the world. That's what it was actually kind of like a self-fulfilling cycle, or self-perpetuating cycle rather, where we were a rising power because of that, and then because of that we had more people come, which then fed into us continuing to rise in power. The point is there such a thing as too much immigration? Inevitably, there is absolutely going to be that. I can't say what that number is. We're nowhere near it. The reason why I know that particular part is because the numbers, the rates that we have used for immigration, on like the amounts that we permit legally, have not changed since the 50s. We set this back in the 50s under the Eisenhower administration, and it's been that way ever since.
So it seems
Eisenhower-
that
Go ahead.
it seems that to the most extent we seem to agree, and the same can be said about Canada, Australia, and the Americas with Spain as a culture, or Portugal. But when it gets overflooding is definitely an issue.
I'm not. I'm
And-
sorry, man. I hate to break you out. I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean over flooding? A report. Have you read the most recent Cato Institute report on this that just came out
Well-
last week?
Most likely not.
Do you know what the Cato Institute is?
No, I don't.
It's a libertarian think tank, and one of the Koch brothers is on the board. You know who the Koch brothers are? They're like uber conservative donors, like they're not liberal at all, right?
Very evil family, yeah.
Yeah. But that being said, this was the study that came out on February 3rd, 2026. Immigrants in the last 30 years have reduced deficits by $14.5 trillion. They published this report, Immigrants' Recent Effects on Government Budgets, 1994 to 2023. And basically the paper, this isn't the full paper. You could look at the full paper if you want. It's very boring. But it basically goes through and it explains to you how we have an immigrant surplus, what the deficits would be without immigrants. There's plenty of charts. And then you would say to me, you'd be like, well, Matt, that's all immigrants, not just undocumented people. And I could say, sure. But in the actual report, they do account for that. And down here at the bottom, they actually have a column that shows that even undocumented immigrants, on an estimate, still accounted for $3 trillion in tax revenue. They had a net fiscal impact of $1.6 trillion to our economy. They had a net fiscal impact per capita of $190,000. I mean, like the amount of GDP that they brought in over that time period, $16 trillion. They contributed in a net to our GDP over 30 years, 10%. Like we would be 200 times worse if it were not for immigrants in the last 30 years to our country. You should go and read this report because the numbers really destroy this argument. And in fact, the conclusion of the entire report here, overall, the main conclusion of our paper is that there's nothing systematically wrong with U.S. immigration policy regarding fiscal effects of immigrants. There's nothing unsustainable about U.S. immigration system. We could have scaled immigration as it existed without burdening government budgets. For years, nativists in Congress and the administration have wrongly claimed that immigrants are behind the growth in debt and that U.S. immigration system allows foreigners to take advantage of Americans' generosity. Our data completely repudiates this view. Immigrants are, in fact, subsidizing the U.S. government. That's the conclusion from the paper. All
right, so what separates me and you from being immigrants? Because I'm assuming it goes back to maybe your grandparents.
I'm sorry, I'm not. That doesn't matter. I want you to respond to the financial data that I just gave you and acknowledge the fact that if we didn't have immigrants into this country, even the undocumented ones, we would be fucked.
No, it quite literally matters what
No, it
separates
literally
you.
doesn't. I want you to acknowledge the financial
No, it
data that I
does,
just...
actually.
All right, so if you can't acknowledge the financial data and statistics that I just gave you, now we're just working off of your fucking feelings. So can we work off of data and statistics, or are we working off of your feelings about immigrants now?
I'm not saying that what you just pulled up is not true.
Cool. So
What
you
I'm
acknowledge
saying-
the fact that immigrants are vitally important to our economy, and we would have been fucked over the last 30 years were it not for those people, right?
No, because if
Well,
they
then
came
wait a
here
second.
legally,
Hold on. Even if they came here, quote unquote, illegally, as you'd like to say, here is the chart that would show you what the deficits would look like without those people. Would you prefer that our deficits, because the yellow is the deficits without immigrants and the blue is the immigrant surplus. So which would you rather have, the blue lines or the yellow lines? You tell me.
so if they came here legally, right?
I asked
And-
you a
and
question. Which would you rather have, the blue lines or the yellow lines?
And stay with me here.
No, I asked you a
Yeah.
question. I don't need you to ask me a question back. I asked you, which would you rather have, surpluses or deficits?
So the yellow lines are the undocumented immigrants.
It's all immigrants. However, I just pointed out to you that even the undocumented immigrants still were a net positive in all of their contributions. It's at the bottom of the report.
And that was very recent under the act that undocumented immigrants had
No.
to pay in taxes.
No.
No.
It seems so. Show me the where's the years?
This is 30
right here.
this is 30 years. This report is from 1990, or it's from 1993 to 2023, but it says since 1994. But 1994 to 2023, because the paper is called Immigrants' Recent Effects on Government Budgets 1994 to 2023. So it is 30 years.
Oh, I see. That's even better then. Okay. And that's even better then, because that is only the statistics that you receive when you get the people that essentially turn themselves in.
No. That's incorrect. See, this just shows that you don't even know how this works.
It's pretty logical what I'm saying.
No, it's not. So, can undocumented people pay taxes?
It's more difficult, but
No, it's not. Can undocumented people pay taxes? Yes or no?
yeah, it is more
No,
difficult.
it's not. In fact, it's really
That's
simple.
absurd to say.
No, it's not. In fact, it's really simple. Do you know why?
Why is that? Because they are at risk of deportation?
Wrong. It's because employers have to pay taxes on them, because if you are paying a bunch of money out as someone who owns a business, if you're paying a bunch of money out to people that don't exist, like in cash or under the table, the IRS fucking knows. They realize when a bunch of money leaves your company and it's not accounted for. You have to say where that money is going. And yes, undocumented people don't have social security numbers, but you know what they can get? You can apply for them to have an ITIN. And an ITIN is the way to have a tax identification number for somebody that doesn't have a social security number. So you can apply that tax to the ITIN. You pay the tax for them, so you're taking FICA and your federal and state and everything like that. It's all coming out with the ITIN, so you're paying tax on it, but they're still undocumented. That's what an ITIN is. And employers do that all the fucking time. So in fact, the people who are undocumented are paying a shitload in tax, and we're not even talking about the contribution to our economy in all of the other ways. We're just talking about their net there. So, in fact, it's even more than you might think.
So why not just take the easier route and do it the legal way? I mean, that seems more
isn't the easy route.
So someone else.
Daniel,
what'd you just say?
I promise this is gonna make sense. So just stick with me for like 3 questions, and also be careful how you answer, just because this is public. Do you know someone who has perhaps obtained some form of entertainment through means that are free and typically associated with pirates?
I have not been given the chance to speak like more than 5 seconds, it seems.
Did you not listen to anything I just said there?
My volume cut out. Could you repeat the last part?
Daniel, do you know someone in your life that has pirated some type of entertainment?
Yes.
Okay. Why did they do that?
I guess because it's easier than going to the theaters. I've never done it, but
Correct. And also, did you know that piracy went down when Netflix first started? Why? Because Netflix made everything really simple. What was it, like $8-9 a month? And you had access to actually a good selection of stuff. Piracy was less common. And then it's shifted again because there's, 20-something streaming things now. And it's too expensive and it's too complicated. People are like, fuck this. I'm just going to go and pirate's life for me, right? If you make it more expensive, if you make it more difficult, people will break the law. If it is easier, if it is cheaper, people will follow the law. It doesn't even have to actually be cheaper. If it's just easy, people will follow the law.
All right, so if you are arguing for a easier path to citizenship and a more efficient route to citizenship, then I will stand behind that 100%. I think that that is a good thing to be implemented. But if you're talking about just coming here illegally and that you should just be able to go to Canada and borders don't matter, then I do not support that whatsoever.
Okay, so I'm for the first one, right? So obviously, yes, borders are a thing. Obviously, yeah, and we're there. There's going to be nuance there. It doesn't matter, right? So yes, making immigration into this country easier will help us in innumerable ways. It will drive down illegal immigration. It will drive up legal immigration. It will encourage people to come here. It will benefit our economy because then we will actually tax them properly. Because even though we do tax those populations, there is still a portion of that, I guess, capital that is not being fully taxed. Also, they, depending on the industry, they are being underpaid and taken advantage of. So we'll actually get more in taxes in the process, and they will be treated like humans. I think that's a good thing, right? Especially
and
seeing
it
as
seems like
we aren't having
it seems
kids.
like we agree on that issue.
Okay. The thing is, you said that you support Trump. Trump does not agree on that issue.
The stance that Trump seems to have is that he very much admires integration. Whereas if I were to move to Canada or Mexico, I would try to learn what it means to be a Canadian or a Mexican person moving to one of those countries. That is my stance on this argument.
Okay. I mean, that's... I don't know how that ties in with the thing that you and I agreed on, and Donald Trump was the odd man out. Because like you and I, hey, let's make immigration easy.
Yes, yeah, true. Yes, it should be easier. I mean, I'd love to move around without a passport or citizenship issues. I mean, that would be great, but I would at least learn about the country that I'm moving to and try to integrate the best I can. I would certainly be an outsider. I wouldn't fit in perfectly, but yes, it seems we do agree on that.
Okay. I mean, there's this... That's the second time you brought it up. So are you implying that what, immigrants don't integrate here?
To a certain extent, yeah, I would say that, it's very difficult, and I'm acknowledging that. What I'm acknowledging is that it is very difficult to integrate, and I wouldn't be able to pack up and go to let's say, Germany, and I would not be able to integrate with the German people, but that's me. But if I really wanted to live there, and I think that would probably be a nice place. But my point is that if you don't try to integrate and you don't try to take the steps necessary to be a legitimate citizen, then there should be steps taken where you should be having some qualifications to get those steps necessary to become a citizen. I mean, you can't just cross the border and like have it be easy breezy, If that point makes any sense, I don't know. I might be too vague, but you probably get what I'm saying.
So yeah, you're talking about assimilation, which I mean, there's a lot there. I hear lots of things from your word choices that I don't think that that I hear. So you have an issue with the influx of immigrants into this country that aren't European or don't speak English or aren't Christian?
I mean, it can be. Well, no, this isn't about Christianity. It can be from anywhere. You could be a Hindu or a Buddhist or any belief you have, but you should have some knowledge before you try to just cross into the border, if that makes sense. Of
When you
where
say
you're
knowledge,
wanting.
like, what do you mean? Like citizenship knowledge?
Yeah, when you're working towards citizenship.
I gotcha. How many branches of government are there?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How many branches of government are there?
3.
How many members are there in the House of Representatives?
50, I think.
I'll give you one more chance on that. The House of Representatives, the United States House of Representatives in
Oh,
Congress.
300.
Okay. And how many amendments are there in the Constitution?
12.
Okay. So those questions that I just asked, those are the questions that are asked on the citizenship test. Was it just one that he got right?
One.
Yeah.
He missed all the rest.
There are 435 members in the House of Representatives in Congress. There's 100 senators, 435 House reps. Okay. There are 27 amendments in the Constitution. And yeah.
So Daniel, just out of curiosity, what is American culture?
It's a whole big mix. I mean, there's
It's a whole big mix. Hold on. It's a whole big mix.
immigration
of things.
is American culture.
There you go. Immigration is American culture. Very good. That's right. So what is it exactly that you're expecting people to adhere to when they come here?
That they should have a knowledge, and when you are asking,
You mean the
me,
knowledge that you don't even have yourself as an American citizen?
what did I get wrong? I said there was.
You didn't even know how many representatives we have in Congress. You don't know how many amendments our Constitution has. I mean, like, basic fucking knowledge about our government.
I said
You don't even
500,
know.
did I not?
You said 300.
You said 300.
You said 50 at first. Nemo gave you a second chance. Then you said 300. You were off by 135. You thought there were 12 amendments to our Constitution, which is concerning because literally some of the most important amendments to our Constitution are 13, 14, and 15. Holy shit. There are 27 total. Like, I would ask you certain amendments in the Bill of Rights. I'm pretty sure you don't know those. But, like, those are questions that they ask people seeking citizenship in America, and you don't know those questions. It's kind of hypocritical to expect other people to know them if you don't. But, like, I don't understand
let me
what
ask you
you're.
this
I
then.
don't understand.
Can I ask you something?
No, I want to know something. I want to understand what it is you expect immigrants to America to be like. What box are you trying to put them in? Because you yourself just admitted that American culture is a mix of all other cultures.
All right. So if we want to get quizzical, can I ask you something?
No, I just asked you a question. I want an answer.
Please repeat.
You are trying to say that when immigrants come here, you want them to act in some sort of a way. I'm not sure what you mean, because you just said that American culture is a mix of all other cultures. But before, you were implying that immigrants need to fit in with our culture. They need to do certain things. What exactly is that?
It is getting an education before, as I've said before, it is getting an education of where you want to settle down.
So you mean
Now,
again
do
the
you know-
things
now,
that
do you
so
know what the
again
rule-
so again the things that
And
you
won't
don't
let me ask you
know.
a question.
No,
Sure.
because the thing that you just said is completely hypocritical. I thought we had moved on from that. You don't even know those things, and also,
Okay,
and
you know what I
also,
guarantee
and
you don't
also
know?
to be
What
clear,
is the rule of
and
the
also,
land versus
and
the rule of the
also,
blood?
excuse me, and also to be entirely fucking clear, just so you know, they actually have to pass a test to become a citizen, unlike you, who just got to be born here and you got to be a citizen no matter what. They have to pass a 100-question test, and if they don't pass that 100-question test, they don't get to be a citizen. So they do already have to be educated if they want to be a citizen of the United States. Like, do you
Right,
not
and
know
this-
this? Like, this is
And
fucking basic
this
shit.
this directly applies to your topic. Tell me the difference between the rule of the land versus the rule of the blood without looking up anything. What is the rule of the land versus the rule of the blood?
I don't know and I don't care.
Of course
can-
you don't. Okay.
Well,
so,
no. I mean, I'm happy to answer the question.
Okay,
so
great.
The
Go for it, Nemo.
the rule of the land, rule of the blood. So this is I don't know if it would be rule as much as it is law, right? So it's what you're talking about is jus soli and jus sanguinis.
Oh, just Soli and
Right.
just Sanguinis. Oh, okay. I've
Yeah.
never heard it. I've never heard it called rule of land, rule of blood. Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
So
duh.
jus sanguinis directly translates to I think it's law of the blood.
Oh, I
Uh,
didn't know that.
and then
Oh.
jus soli translates to law of the soil, basically.
right.
But
So you didn't know that, host.
No,
so
I didn't
you
know.
have
I'm sorry.
No comprehension
I didn't
of being international.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I only knew it in Latin. I didn't realize that was the translation. I'm so sorry. It literally just means whether it's citizenship by birth or citizenship through descent of parents, brud. I know just versus just Angeles. Like, I know that. I just didn't know I just didn't realize that was the Latin translation. My bad. So sorry. I know what it is. Thank you.
But what was your point?
What's your
bringing
point?
up that question?
That you wanted to quiz me on that.
So
whereas
sorry.
you
Did
don't
you not know that? Did you not know the Latin words? Because typically people refer to it via the Latin. I've never heard anyone refer to it via the English words. I've only ever heard it spoken as in the Latin.
If I'm pretty damn sure Latin is a dead language.
Yes, and we
so-
still use
You're
it
right.
for fucking everything in the law. So yeah, if you knew anything about the law, you would understand that Latin is used all the fucking time.
Right, because it's a building block of the current
Right.
English language.
And
but you
that's
didn't
why
know
we-
what the fuck I was talking about.
Because
that's not
oh my god, this guy, wow.
Latin is used in law because I don't know. We like to feel
Fancy.
fancy, right? That's really ultimately what it is. Like, I guess that there's probably some fart sniffing, high snooty tooty, whatever magistrates who can trace their interpretation of the law back to the great Roman Senate. Like, I mean, that's really what it is. That's why we have magistrates, something that also is a holdover from the Roman Republic. So, Senate also, that's a Latin word. Senatus, meaning the elder, I guess. So it's kind of like senile, right? Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, man. I mean, law. There's a ton of Latin used in law. There's a ton of Latin used in medicine too. There's actually a
Science.
utility in medicine for that, because in like medicine and science, Latin is a dead language, but it's also universal.
Right. So you quizzed me on American knowledge of a citizenship test. I showed you that I didn't. I quizzed you on being international. I showed you that you couldn't.
I'm sorry.
So-
no,
Yeah, Matt, you're
Wow.
totally not international.
Yeah, my bad, dude. I'm sorry that I only knew that phrase in Latin and I didn't realize that was the full English translation. And I knew immediately once Nemo said it in Latin exactly what it meant, and I can explain the entire principle to you. But I don't know anything about it. Bud, really?
Right. So that's a concession.
It's really not. So Daniel, I'm gonna ask you to do something else. So if you look on your screen, so you see this box right beneath me. It's like it's Matt's backup account. So by the way, everybody, 1200 watching, be sure you're following. So you see the name Matt. You see that flag emoji right next to it? Should be right at the
No.
bottom of the screen.
Or you can see it maybe on my name up at the top of the screen. Maybe he can see it there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
there too.
Then yes, I do.
Okay. So do you know what flag that is? It's okay if you don't. Just say that you don't know.
Do I know what is?
What flag that is of what country?
I don't see any nation's flag. Where is it displayed?
Oh,
Okay, do you see my box? You see me talking to you, the itty bitty box in the bottom right corner? Hello? I'm the dude
Oh,
with the beard
yeah,
waving at you
yeah,
right
you're-
now.
You're waving? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. There's a box right below me. It's got Matt written on it. You see that?
Yes, I do, and that would be. Oh, that is very small, but that should be Lebanon.
it's because
Boom.
somebody put it in the chat a bunch of times.
No, it's not, dude. Quiz me
Yeah,
on
it
any
is.
flags.
Yeah, it
you want.
is. Shut up, dude. You didn't know that.
What's the capital of Lebanon?
Beirut.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh wow! Look
Okay.
at Daniel. Whoa! Look at that. Amazing. Look at him. He actually
Dude,
knew
keep
a
them
thing.
coming. I mean, honestly, keep them coming,
Bro.
Like, what do you want?
didn't know how many representatives we have. This is not like like I wouldn't get all cocky and up on your high horse yet. All right, just calm down.
All right. I mean, you want to get quizzical, so
The only reason that I asked you those questions, like the citizenship test questions, is because like it sounds like your standard for assimilation or integration and what should be expected of people that come to this country as far as their knowledge goes. Okay, we do have a baseline for that, and that's the citizenship test. There are a bunch of different questions. I just picked 3 at random. Okay. And they have to pass. They have to pass that test to become a citizen. So, you know, I don't know what it is that you mean by, you know, assimilation. Like if you're saying, you know, speak English or whatever, I mean, we don't have an official language. We don't. Do we have like a de facto language? Sure, you could argue that English is the de facto language. Spanish is also widely spoken. Pretty much anything that I can get in English from like my apartment complex, any type of legal document, I can also get in Spanish. Literally anytime that I call like and I get a machine, it's like press 1 for the marque nueve for like, yeah, you can get things in Spanish. So would it be easier for them if they spoke English? Absolutely. Is it required? No. And I don't know. I don't know what it is that you're trying to get at.
I was never arguing that they should be forced to speak English, and also you left out Louisiana that heavily speaks French, and if I don't want to have to speak French, do you know what I do? I don't go to Louisiana.
Okay.
So that's kind of my main arguing point, is that if I am not willingly going to try to assimilate to a different culture and a different language and a different entire lifestyle, then I shouldn't be doing that. Is that
okay? But I mean,
that's my talking point.
Right, but what I guess what I'm getting at is that the idea of assimilation into the United States, right? And I say this as somebody who I assimilated into British culture for a few years. I did the whole fucking 9 yards of fully assimilating.
Please elaborate on that, because I lived in the UK.
drinking adult beverages that were not horse piss, that we call adult beverages here. Also, watching actual football as opposed to what Americans call football, and rugby, and all of the stereotypically cultural things that I don't know, Brits do. Oh, I also discovered Indian food while I was there, and I gained a fuck ton of weight because Indian food is fucking delicious. And
That is true. Biryani will do that to you.
yeah, I went to town on that. And I mean, you know, worked there, lived there, you know, learned the I guess regional affects and stuff, the differences in humor, cultural references and all that good stuff. The point is, dude, that you know, when I immigrated to the UK, I voluntarily, I guess, assimilated, but it's also not like I was making some dramatic change. We literally speak English. It's their language. We speak it. Like, it's not like I was doing something crazy there. So, you know, I understand what you're saying by assimilation. What I am saying is, what is assimilation into the United States? Because Spanish is almost universal here. And I mean, what else are you expecting? Because
I think it's actually great that you've just said this, because I can actually relate to you on another level now, because you've been to the UK, right? So you've been there for a while. How many years? Because I was there for 5.
I lived there, I think, all in all, I think it was around 4. Because, like, I lived there, did study abroad, came back, then I moved over there permanently. So it was about 4 years in total.
Okay, so similar then. So I was in London for 3, a small town in Wales for 2, and then Birmingham for about 6 months or so. But the UK is facing some serious challenges with the mass immigration that's happening there.
You know, when you said Birmingham, I knew that, oh God,
Yep.
he's either going to be, I don't know, a Labour voter or Birmingham.
Birmingham's a great
Stereotypical
city.
Birmingham. Just like hatred of anyone who's Muslim.
It's a great city, but there is way too much uncontrolled immigration in the UK.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's really not, man. Like, I mean, you haven't been able to really substantiate that there's uncontrolled immigration in the United States, and I'm definitely not about to try and argue it for the United Kingdom because I haven't been there in forever. But I guess I'm still trying to understand, what do you mean when you say that, I guess, people who are immigrating here are not assimilating?
I mean, you said you were there for 4 years, so that's a pretty long
we don't want to.
period
We're
of
not.
time.
We're not talking about the UK. We're talking about the United States, and you never answered my question from earlier, which was, what does it mean when people aren't assimilating to United States culture? What is the culture? What is the thing that they're not doing? You have not been able to answer that question.
Okay, well then I'll answer it directly as I can. I will say that the second host has been in the UK. I'm not going there. Don't worry, I'm not going there. But he's been in the UK for 4 years, so that's a long amount of time. But I will say, not actively assimilating or integrating is going to a country that is foreign to you. And me and this second host, it seems, have experienced that. But not only that, going there to preach how you want to live, preaching how you want to live in a place that is foreign to you, is not right for the people of where you are living to have to put up with.
Oh, I get it. So you don't want people to have individual rights in America.
That makes no sense.
That's
compared to
literally
I
what you just said. That's literally what you just said. Because in America, see, we have the First Amendment. And what does the First Amendment guarantee? It guarantees freedom of religion. It guarantees freedom of speech. It guarantees freedom of assembly. So I am well within my rights. Say if I moved to this country and became a citizen, I am well within my fucking rights to do all of those things. And also, by the way,
right, and
even
that's
if you're,
okay, and that's
even
true.
if you're, and
Sure.
even if you're not a citizen and you're on American soil, did you know that the Constitution still equally applies to you? You probably didn't, because
And-
it seems like your knowledge
Okay.
of the Constitution is very lacking for an American citizen who wants to do purity tests on other people who are coming here, which is pretty fucking bad. But that being said, since it applies to all people who are on American soil, they get First Amendment rights, at least to a certain degree. And when those First Amendment rights apply to their freedom to practice religion and freedom to assemble, and freedom of speech, yeah, they can do that. That's what America literally is. That's what the people who created America wanted. That's literally why they did it. Because they didn't want to be under someone else's thumb who was telling them how they had to act and how they had to be and which God they had to worship, i.e. the Church of England. They didn't want any of that. They wanted to do their own thing. That's why God is not mentioned a single time in our Constitution, and the first line of the First Amendment to the Bill of Rights is, Congress shall make no law establishment of religion.
Pledge of Allegiance. Hello. The Pledge of Allegiance.
Excuse me,
Hello.
I'm sorry. I just read
I
to
pledge
you that-
allegiance
so,
to the
bud,
flag,
hey,
one nation,
time
under
out.
God.
I'm going to tell you right now that you might be one of the stupidest people I've talked to, because that line in the Pledge of Allegiance was added in the 1950s. I am talking to you about the Bill of Rights that was written by our founding fathers in 1790. The first line of the First Amendment is not freedom of speech, not freedom of press, not freedom of assembly. It is literally that Congress can't make a law about establishment of religion in this country, sir.
Dude, you call people unintelligent when they actually have intelligence and experience.
No,
like
you
I literally acknowledged.
You literally just
I
brought up.
literally acknowledged.
No, dude, shut the fuck up. You literally just brought the Pledge of Allegiance up. You don't know anything about the Pledge of Allegiance, and you don't even understand that they added under God in our lifetime. Or in your parents' lifetime, I should say. I don't know exactly how old you are.
I
but
acknowledge
in my parents'
the
lifetime.
other guy's experience.
I don't give a
acknowledge
fuck
that.
about what you acknowledge. Don't interrupt me again, dude. This is asinine. Just say what you really want to say, which is you don't like people who are different than you because you're xenophobic. Just fucking come out and say it, because you've been pussyfooting around it this entire time. Because it's not financial, because they add so much fucking money to our economy. I mean, you obviously like eat at Mexican restaurants and Italian restaurants, and you probably eat Irish food, and you probably eat sushi, and you eat Chinese food, and you know this. So you're totally fine with the benefits of immigrants that come to this country. And you like their food, and you like all that shit. Bet you go out on St. Patrick's Day and get drunk with your friends drinking green beer. Right? I bet you go and party at Mardi Gras in New Orleans if you live in Louisiana. That's a French thing. Like, so if you're fine with all that shit, what the fuck is your problem? Because I think I know what your problem is.
Let
and
me
you just
know
don't
when
want
you're
to say it.
done. Let me know when you're done. You done? Because you seemed a bit tense there, so I'm assuming you're done. Anyway, you can be Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, whatever you want to believe, I'm respectful towards, which is the belief, and that is the core of America, right? That is the core of the United States. So I will not move to a country like Somalia or
I don't
Saudi
give
Arabia
a fuck about any
and
other.
try to
Stop fucking topping, dude. We're not talking about other.
Trying
We're
to-
not talking about other countries. Stop pivoting to other countries. Other countries aren't the United States. Germany isn't the United States. Germany is just full of Germans for the most part. France is full of French people. Italy is full of Italians. The UK is full of British people. America is full of people from all the fuck over. Stop pivoting and talk about America. I don't give a fuck what you would do if you moved to another country. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who come here. And people who come here are literally given the option to do whatever the fuck they want. That is the American dream.
I honestly was having a better conversation with the second host.
Oh, really? Tough shit that you don't like it that I'm calling you out on being xenophobic. The problem is you can't put xenophobia into friendly words. It's really difficult to explain that you just don't like people who are different than you. I understand. It's hard. So
You're
if you
done
just
preaching?
want... No. So if you just want, you could just say, I don't like people that are different than me. I'm afraid of them. Because you're not articulating any other argument.
Kind of hard to articulate when you get muted every 2 seconds. I was having a much better conversation.
You could
with
cry
the
a
second
little
host.
harder like a little bitch, or you could just answer the question.
Dude,
What
are you even talking about?
Dude.
Are you kidding?
I don't know. I mean, I'd rather have a conversation with a wall at this point.
Yeah, and I'd rather have a conversation with someone intelligent with more experience that doesn't look like a deranged Adam Sandler.
Now you're going
I
for
mean,
the ad hom. No, see,
Oh.
here's the ad hom attacks because he knows that he's fucking cooked and I've nailed him to the wall. Do you want to try to explain your xenophobia now to 1,400 people?
You didn't nail anything.
I mean, your mom last night, but besides that, do you want to try to explain your xenophobia?
Okay, and now you're a 14-year-old. All right, got it.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go with the ad homs, I'll definitely do your mom jokes.
Daniel, you,
All right,
you
that's-
you just said that he looked like a deranged Adam Sandler. Do you really want to sit here and talk about who sounds like a 14-year-old?
I was saying that I was having a better conversation with you until he started erupting.
So I mean, like it wasn't that you were having a better conversation. You were trying to get me to reminisce about the UK, which I mean, dude, nah. And also I just spent the whole fucking time trying to get you to explain what assimilation is, and then Matt chimed in and said, "Can you please explain what assimilation is?" And you still haven't explained it.
Right, and then I was trying to explain it and how I would not move to a country that was the complete opposite of my culture and try to force my way of beliefs or way of living onto them. I would not do that. And I was trying to get back to talking to you because you actually have to seem to have an experience in a country that is not the United States. So that's why I found our conversation more worthwhile than this erupting dickbag.
It's almost like it's like the Lebanese flag didn't tip him off on that or something. Like,
It's fine.
what in the hell?
It's fine. This guy is just he's not really intelligent enough to track this conversation. This is embarrassing for him. But dude, I don't know any other way to like explain this to you, or any simpler. Like, I don't have any crayons in front of me, so I guess I'll just try to say it slowly one more time, and like I'll pretend like I'm talking maybe like my 9-year-old, I guess. So America isn't like those other countries that you keep talking about, because those other countries that you keep talking about all have basically a singular cultural group, and America does not. In fact, depending on like what part of America you live in, they're drastically different, and there are drastically different groups of people depending on where you live, because there are so many immigrants and cultures that have come here and have come together in this great melting pot. So to say you can't expect to come to a country and do the thing and assimilate is asinine when you talk about America, because it doesn't make any sense in the way that you talk about it with other countries. Does that make any clearer sense to you?
Tell me, please, what is the capital of Saudi Arabia?
Holy shit, dude. Does that make any clearer sense to you or not?
It's not
is
hard.
It really,
I know. It's a big black square.
Does it really make any sense to you? Like, I really, like, I just need to know, dude. Does it make any sense whatsoever?
What's the capital of Saudi Arabia?
Riyadh. Does it make any sense to you?
Right. And Canada, please?
Get the fuck out. I can't with you anymore. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Just say that you don't want other people here, dude. Just fucking, at least these other people that come up, they fucking own it. God, I kind of almost like respect the people that are just like, yeah, I'm a white nationalist. Like, I guess. More than that shit. I mean, I don't like it, but God, at least those people are like, yeah, I'm proud to be a hateful motherfucker. That guy was just hiding. If you own it, it's easier for us to just outright hate you.
Yeah, talking to that dude was fucking painful. Dude was slow. I was starting to think that he might have been gardening because it really sounded like it.
You guys were asking what I was laughing at. It's our friend Erica Shante was sending me memes. She was making me laugh, relating to that guy being slow.
He was trying to have a bromance with me. Nah, man, my standards are too high. You must not be a xenophobic bigot. No, sir.
All right. This slide brought to you by Advil.
For when you are having pains in your head, pressure along the temples, take Advil. It's a over-the-counter NSAID, and it is safe.
At least he was oh my God. Real quick before we bring up our next Trump supporter, thank you. Over on the hey now. Thank you.
Hey-o.
Thank you, Tally Angel. That was very kind of you. Guys, make sure that you're not just taking care of me, but also Nemo with those gifts too, because that absolutely helps us with the FYP. So I appreciate you guys doing both for us. Also, thank you on the tube to
Oh, thank you.
Oh, well, asking you, Shepard. That was very kind of you for both of us. Thank you, Tally. Appreciate you. Thank you over on the tube. Hex and Hammer for the $4.99 super chat says, has caller ever heard of evangelical Baptist missionaries? Good point there. Thank you, Mr. Tampa Man, for the jewels. Thank you, Legatus, for all the jewels. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Jewy Man, for the jewels, and Key Marie for the jewels. Thank you guys for the gifts over there. Appreciate you guys. And let's see who else we got here. Friendlies, I see you in the box. Friendlies, a couple of you guys. We're gonna try to see if we can stick to just Trump supporters at the moment. I love you guys. We're gonna just do Trump supporters at the moment. I didn't see you there until just now. Bengals fan, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
46, Missouri.
Okay. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Yes. So I got a question. I mean, I just nobody discusses this and stuff with Epstein and Donald Trump and stuff. Well, back in the 80s and 90s and a little bit early 2000s, he was a Democrat. And then when he switched to the Republican Party, that's when the Democrats started throwing a goddamn
I'm sorry.
fit.
Are you saying Jeff or Trump?
No, Trump.
No, that's
Trump was a
I'm
Democrat.
sorry. I'll stop you right
no,
there.
Trump
I'm
was
sorry.
a
I'm
Democrat.
sorry. I'm going to stop you right there. We actually have FEC filings that show that Donald Trump donated almost equally to Republicans and Democrats. Donald Trump ran an ad in the late 1980s calling for the end of NATO, which Democrats absolutely were not calling for. Donald Trump just played both sides of the fence. In fact, in 2000, Donald Trump ran for president under the Reform Party. So again, he donated to both political parties. He just got in with politicians that he thought could help make him money. It's very well documented that he was in with both parties. Yes, I know he was friends with Democrats. He was also friends with the Republicans, but he donated almost equally to both. So the idea that he was a Democrat and then suddenly became a Republican and the Democrats turned on him is patently false.
Oh, bullshit, but whatever.
No, it's not bullshit. See, I
mean, you
have
guys are
actual.
going crazy
I have
because
actual. I'm so
he's
sorry.
the president.
I'm so sorry. I have actual evidence to support my claim. Do you have evidence to support that he wasn't donating to Republican causes in the 80s and 90s? Because I can show you FEC filings that would prove you wrong.
Okay, yeah, you probably can because I don't like getting into that shit.
I
like
know
you guys.
exactly. You don't like getting into actual sources and facts. You just have your feelings.
Yeah, I know because gas prices are going down with Donald Trump.
Now we're talking about gas prices. Okay, so you can admit that
Yes,
you were wrong
let's
about
do
that.
gas
Great,
prices.
but before we move on, you'll concede that I'm correct about that because you have no source to corroborate what you're saying about
I
Donald
have no
Trump being
source because I don't look up that shit.
There you go.
I
Good.
have a life.
Thank you. Oh, I do too. I
okay.
have a daughter and a business that I run, and that's why I'm doing
Yeah,
this at.
and you fucking
That's
get
why
on
I'm
this
doing
shit.
this
You
at
fucking
midnight. Yeah,
Say
but
that Donald Trump is the worst president ever when he's the greatest president ever.
cool.
Yeah. Do you live in a house, an apartment? What's your
I just bought a house. Yes,
oh like, when you say just
$375,000.
bought, like how long ago?
4 months ago.
30-year fixed rate?
No, 15.
Okay. So is it gas and electric or just electric?
No, gas and electric. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you only bought it 4 months ago, so might not be
And it
able to
has a
really
full
compare.
basement.
But
It's 2,500 square feet. Yes.
yeah. How's that utility bill looking?
It looks pretty good. It's $71 a month. So
For what?
for gas,
What is it for electric?
electric is $81 a month.
Do you use candles?
No, I don't use candles.
Do you actually live there?
I do actually live here. I mean, you can look it up.
Are you Amish?
No, I'm not Amish. I have lights. I mean, I can show you the lights if you want to see them. Jesus, I'm not. Hold on. Let me turn my camera on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me switch it. Look at that. Lights. Crazy. I know it's nuts. I have a nice house and I have a big house and I love it. So,
$81 a month for your electric bill,
yep,
and you live in Missouri.
I do.
What part of Missouri do you live in?
I live in St. Charles County.
St. Charles, huh? Interesting.
Are you using solar panels?
No.
That doesn't add up.
It really doesn't.
It does add up because we're not here all the time. I'm a nurse. My wife is
Oh.
My
So
wife
this
is
is not your primary living domicile.
No. We live here. We're just not here during the nighttime. Really, I'm off tonight. So
Also, Nemo, I just looked it up. St. Charles, Missouri, per kilowatt hour is 30% lower than the national average for electricity. Just
Yeah,
FYI.
so-
Well,
Yeah. But also, the typical monthly bill in St. Charles, Missouri is $200 a month. So you're even well below any average by like any report. So just so you know, it's great that you're paying $81 a month, but you should be paying on average around $200 a month.
yeah, our last bill last month was $151. Our bill for gas last month was, I think, $150. So, but we've been cutting back on electricity, and we got a lot of. We've been upgrading the house. We bought the house. It was built in 1996. So we've been upgrading as we go along, you know. So,
yeah.
and I'm
I
getting
mean-
solar panels put in next week. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, so because of your location, it's going to throw a lot of the, I guess, the pricing and stuff off. But the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, utilities, all of that has gone up.
actually, here in St. Charles County, since I moved here in October, some stuff has gone down. And actually,
what?
I'm really like milk and eggs and oil. I mean, some stuff has, some stuff hasn't. I mean, I don't agree with Trump on everything. I mean, I'm a Republican. I'm
you-
not MAGA.
Just a
so-
few minutes ago, you said that he was the best president ever.
He is. He's like jumping gas prices down like crazy. Like where I live, and you can look this up. There's a gas station 10 minutes from my house, and gas prices are, I think, $2.59 a gallon.
Okay.
And that's a lot better than where I was. I was up in Minnesota a year ago because I was a traveling nurse, and gas prices up there was like $5.97 a gallon.
No, they weren't. Gas prices
Yeah,
were not
they were.
five. No, they were. Okay. But gas prices
34
in
miles from
Minnesota
Canada.
okay, but in Minnesota, in any normal populated area, they were not $5.97 a gallon. Maybe you were in some like crazy rural area where it's difficult to get gas and you were at like a gas station like that. But in any normal area, gas was nowhere near $6 a gallon for anybody in Minnesota, dude. Absolutely not. We can even look up the averages for Minnesota a year ago. That's absurd.
I was 34 miles from the border of Canada in, let's see, what's the city called? It was a Love Station at, it was about 30 miles from Carlstadt, Minnesota. And it was $5.19 a gallon.
Okay. What month was that?
But it was in North Dakota.
Wait, North Dakota?
Yeah, North Dakota, because
So
I had to go. I lived in Minnesota. Gas there was like $4.29, and then I drove.
no. Hang on.
to
What?
North Dakota
Hold on.
to
But
go to
what
work.
month was this? What month of the year was this?
I was. Let's see, October, November. Let's see, September. September of last year. Yeah.
Of 2025?
Yeah, 2025.
You're saying September of 2025.
Yeah.
That's what the
Yes, I
in
know,
September.
I know Donald Trump
Hold-
was in Brit.
Hold. Okay, I understand. The highest gas price listed in Minnesota for all of 2025 was $3.14 per gallon on average. Now that does
No,
not mean. Hold on. Now that does not mean that there couldn't have been an outlier gas station in some rural area that charges a shitload of money because of economic conditions there, because like it costs them a ton of money to get gas there or something like that. But the highest average for the state of Minnesota in all of 2025 is $3.14, and that peaked April 7th, 2025, and it averaged for most of the year in between $2.95 and $3.05.
I think I might know.
I have a picture.
I think I might know what it is.
What is it?
Bengals, do you get premium gas?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a key detail. That's something that you want to lead with. Whenever people talk about the cost of gas, they assume regular unleaded, not the premium, like the top grade shit. Of course, you're going to pay something like that.
Why the hell would I put regular in my car, brand new car?
Well,
You can't be serious right now.
Nemo, even with that, because that, just so you know, that number
well,
still
premium
includes-
in St. Louis is like $3.39.
yeah, but that number, that average, is all grades. That's what the EIA says for all grades. That was the highest amount.
Oh.
Just FYI, because I am on EIA.gov right now. Minnesota, all grades, conventional retail gas prices.
Okay.
So it factors in premium. It factors in all the different grades. So not diesel, but the three different grades of gasoline of octane that you get, 87, 91, 93, whatever. But so even still, man, like, so what I'm saying is that for the entire state of Minnesota, average gas price high was $3.14.
Okay, so I wasn't only in Minnesota. I was in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Colorado.
Okay. All right. Yeah. This is we're gonna keep adding elements that you just decided to leave out. So, do you believe that the cost of gas is really like the thing to use as far as who you determine to be the greatest president ever?
I didn't say he was the greatest president ever.
Yeah. No, you literally
literally
did
did.
though.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I
you
mean,
did.
yeah. Well, I mean, living up north and traveling and stuff all the time and paying for what I was paying for gas. I mean, I remember COVID, and I remember how gas prices were then. And I made like $60,000 in 3 months. I bought a brand new car, cash price, because I was getting hazard pay and stuff like that because I am a nurse. And, you know, I love what I do and stuff. And, you know, during that time, Trump was president too. I paid less taxes. I paid less gas prices. And I was able to spend my money more. But as soon as Biden gets in office, gas prices double and I have less money. I pay more taxes. I mean,
Do you know what object permanence is?
no, I don't know what object permanence is.
Okay, so object permanence is basically, you know how like whenever you have like a kid and you peekaboo like that. So object permanence is whenever I understand that whenever you hide your face, that the person is there. That's object permanence, right?
Okay, so,
The reason I say that is because you're correlating things that should not correlate, right? So you're saying, well, Biden came into office, all of a sudden gas doubles, and now I'm paying more in taxes and blah, blah, blah. No, it's not because Biden just walked into the White House.
oh, so it goes, so you're saying like it goes off years, right? So Obama did this during the years. President Trump did this during the years, and Obama just came into office and everything went up, no problem,
What?
right? No, you're saying that, okay, when Obama was in office, that's why gas prices were lower. And then when President Trump came in office and COVID hit and stuff, gas prices went up because less people were traveling. Yes, I understand that. I'm not
But
dumb.
gas prices didn't go up because of that. Gas prices collapsed.
Yeah, 'cause
Nobody
gas
was
prices-
nobody was driving. That's why it was so cheap.
Bullshit! I was driving all over the country,
Yes.
and I seen tons of cars on the
I didn't
highway.
I didn't literally mean nobody. I meant a lot of the United States was not driving in the same way that they were driving before there was a fucking pandemic.
Yeah, I know, because the gas prices went to $0 a gallon for like what 12 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it did. I know. I'm not going to stop being a Republican just because you guys think that you're right. I mean,
I
Oh yeah, no, I can tell.
No, we know, dude, because
Oh, no,
it's
no,
really
no.
because no, Bengals fan, we know because you do not care about facts. You just believe in what you believe.
I care
you know?
about facts.
No, you don't, because we are presenting you with facts and you just don't care.
I've been on this country. I've been on this earth 46 years. I've seen it. When I was 16 years old, gas prices
Cool.
were 99
I
cents a
turned 40.
gallon.
Awesome. I turned 43 this year. That means I'm 3 years younger than you. I've been here just about
And
as
you
long.
remember when gas
Awesome.
prices were 99 cents a
Yes,
gallon?
and guess what, bud? Every single year, gas goes up in price because that's pretty much how it works.
And
the
inflation
reason
goes up.
inflation goes up, yes, that's how everything works, always and forever. But the reason that it went up more was because of C-19, and the reason that gas prices went up astronomically during C-19,
bullshit.
the
It's a
reason that
fucking
gas
thing.
prices went up astronomically during C-19 was because of a deal that Donald Trump struck. It wasn't just because he was president, it was because of a specific deal that he made while he was president. Generally, presidents don't really affect the price of gas. Like during Donald Trump's first 3 years of his presidency, I'm not saying that he had a major effect on the price of gasoline. I'm really not saying that. Okay? But in his final year of his presidency, he had a major effect on the price of gasoline. Do you know what the OPEC Plus deal is, or the OPEC 2020 deal? Have you heard of that?
No.
Well, what happened was we were right in the thick of C-19 when everything in America had shut down. And Nemo had aptly pointed out to you, a lot of people stopped driving. I understand that you were driving, but many, many, many people in America stopped driving. And so because all those people stopped driving, the price of a barrel of oil plummeted and the price of gasoline plummeted. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
And then in April of 2020, the oil companies were like, hey, Donnie, we are losing money. We don't like this. We need to figure something out, because if this keeps going, we're the oil companies and we can't lose money. You got to help us out. And Donnie was like, don't worry, guys. I got you. Let me help you out. So Donald Trump went to OPEC and he brokered a deal with OPEC. And the deal was that OPEC was going to cut production by 9.7 million barrels of oil per day. So with OPEC cutting production, they took supply down. So if they take supply down and demand remains the same, the price could come back up. But here's the problem. Donald Trump inked that deal for 2 years. So that means that for 2 years, OPEC was cutting production. When demand started to go back up, but supply remained stagnant, so demand started to rise, but then supply didn't go up with demand. Supply just remained the same while demand kept going up. What happened to prices?
They went up.
Exactly. So because Donald Trump inked a deal with OPEC to ensure that their production stayed artificially low, we had 2 years of very inflated gas prices. And then if you look in the spring of 2020, actually right around June of 2022, guess when gas prices started to plummet?
So what's the end game to that? Like what I'm saying is, elect a Democrat president and gas prices will go back down to the consumer.
I'm not.
Or do
I'm
we all
not.
still
I'm not
just buy-
saying that just electing a Democrat will fix all of your problems. I'm pointing out to you that Donald Trump was the primary driver of high gas prices.
I made a mistake when I voted for him.
Okay.
I'm asking that question.
Oh, I don't. You're asking me the question if you made a mistake voting for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that everybody who voted for him made a mistake. But that's an assessment that you need to make for yourself, sir.
Well, I was raised Republican. My dad was in the Navy. He's hardcore Republican. He's not MAGA. He's conservative. So
I mean,
I just want to like understand everything. I don't know any. I mean, I don't know a lot about politics. I know a little bit, but I want to hear the other side.
can I
So like next time I can like make a right decision.
ask you a question?
Is that
What?
valid?
That's fine. Bengals fan, can I ask you a question? What do you think
Yeah.
being a conservative means? Like you said, your dad's a conservative, but he's not MAGA. What do you think being a conservative means? Because I think my dad is also a conservative, but he's not MAGA. So what do you think being a conservative actually means? Just what you think. There's no wrong answer. Just what do you think?
What do I think? I think that middle class, lower class needs to pay lower taxes. I think that me being conservative means like everybody on the aisle needs to get along. I mean, I don't know if that's the right answer or not. I mean, I'm a nurse. I go to work every day. I work my ass off. I pay for my mortgage. I'm married. My wife's going to school. I just want to pay my bills and go to work every day and enjoy my life.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to like learn more about the other side. I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything. I think Trump is doing good, but
So look, you just said, I think what a lot of people in America, I think what really, I bet you the majority of Americans want. The majority of Americans would like to just be able to have lower taxes, to pay their bills, go to work, spend time with their family, take vacations, right, and be left alone, right? That's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I agree with you. I think a lot of people would agree with that
well, I
sentiment,
want to
right?
have kids too. So
Okay, great. And
I just got married a year ago, so
congratulations. I've got a daughter. I want life to be good for her. I want things to be better, right, for my daughter, for the next generation. So I want those things. But here's the thing. When we think about the word conservative, we think about that in the traditional sense, like our parents' generation and what the word conservative meant. They were talking about people who wanted smaller government, right? So the government wouldn't be directly involved in your life. They wanted lower taxes. They wanted a more conservative fiscal policy. So they would, in theory, they would want a more controlled monetary policy and a more tightly controlled monetary policy. All these different things. But I think the primary driver of being conservative was the idea of smaller government and the government not being directly involved in your life. I like that idea a lot, and I like that because it sticks with the Constitution, the ideas of the Constitution. So when I was younger, I very much said I would use the line, well, I'm a conservative, sure. But I would say, well, but socially I'm not so sure because I didn't like some of the social stuff. But I was like, yeah, I can get behind that. Small government, be responsible with money, sure. That sounds fine. That sounds good. But here's the problem. That's not what the Republicans are. I don't know if they really ever really were that, to be honest with you, but they certainly purported to be that when we were younger in the 80s and the 90s and into they've purported to be that, but they're really not. They spend more money than the Democrats do. They add more to our debt than the Democrats do, which means their deficit spending is bad. They don't create nearly as many jobs as the Democrats do. The Democrats outpace Republicans by an insane margin when it comes to creating jobs. So when we look at all of these different things, it's like they're the ones who are trying to involve themselves in your lives and put themselves in between you and your doctor. They're the ones who are trying to tell you which people are okay and which people aren't okay. Jesus Christ, just leave people alone. Let them live their lives, right? We want smaller government. They're the ones who are trying to tax you more because the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump passed is going to favor the top 3% of our country. It's not going to favor people like you and I unless you make over $400,000 a year. And if you do, good for you. But unless you make over $400,000 a year, that bill isn't really going to benefit you. It's going to benefit them. And the Democrats and Kamala Harris's plan, by contrast, would have benefited people like us. It would have given us the bigger tax breaks, and it would have made the wealthy people pay their fair share. All we want is for them to pay their fair share. When somebody like Elon Musk is paying an 8% effective tax rate and you and I are paying a 14% effective tax rate, that's not cool. Why should he pay half of what we pay? We work hard. Why should we be getting taxed more on a percentage basis than he does? All while
I don't think we should pay taxes at all.
What's that?
I said I don't think we should pay taxes at all.
Well, I mean, hey, that's a whole other discussion. But it's good that we provide services and for citizens, because that's how government works. Because the Constitution says we have to provide for the general promote the general welfare and provide for the common defense. This kind of it's what we do, right? So
Well, I had an argument the other day with a lady at state office that said I had to pay personal property tax on my car. I said, it's my personal property. Why do I have to pay you a tax?
I mean, we could certainly have an argument about certain taxes, but I think that we can definitely agree on the fact that the people who should be taxed less are people like us, and the people who
Middle class, yeah.
and the people who should be taxed at the very least, even if it's not more, it's just on a equal level. The people who should be taxed at a higher rate equal to us, because they're not right now, would be the wealthier folks. They should just pay their fair share even, but that's not what's happening. And the Republicans and Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, they're not holding those people to task. The Democrats are not perfect, but I do believe that they're the people. They're the people that are pushing in the right direction. And so if you believe in those things that you just said that you really want, I think that you might want to start looking at voting for some Democrats, because
I'm not going to go Democrat. I might go more independent, but
well,
I mean, I
Why?
listen to the argument and stuff. It's a great argument.
What is it that's so off-putting about Democrats? I can't wait to hear this. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't really heard any good Democrat. I mean, I did vote for a Democrat in the state of Missouri, as to the Senate. So I didn't listen to his arguments. He came to my house when we were down here for a visit one time. We did talk to him about some things, and we did vote for, I forget what his name was, but we did vote for a Democrat in the last election. When I was traveling and stuff, we came to my mother and father-in-law's, and he did talk to us for a while. And I kind of agreed with some of that, and we did vote for a Democrat in the Senate. So The U.S. Senate, or are you talking about the state legislature?
no, the state legislation.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
about to say Missouri.
It's Josh Hawley, I know.
Oh Lord.
No, I'm talking about the state Senate, the
Right,
state
right.
Senate in Missouri. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so this is one thing I would. I
I mean, I'm open-minded. I'm not I was raised Republican and stuff, and I was raised by conservatives. And my mom and dad always tell me who to vote for and stuff. But then in the past 10 years, I made up my own mind to start listening. But, I'm open minded. So,
Okay. I mean, you remind me of, I had a conversation with, it was mostly my dad. Like, my mom was pretty much on board. She was with the program, but my dad, he was also raised Republican and, rural, whatever. He wasn't like ever a MAGA person, but he was always, I guess, conservative, whatever the fuck. He wasn't politically involved. But I would ask him, okay, well, what is it about the Democrats you don't like? And he couldn't tell me.
well, see, my dad was in the Navy for 24 years. And like his whole thing with the Democrats is that when Clinton was in office, I'm sorry about this, but when Clinton was in office, he decommissioned his squadron, and he got really pissed about that. And he was like, our squadron was doing good things. There were drug boats in Key West. And ever since then, he just hated Democrats.
Well, I mean, I guess I can't necessarily blame him for that one. The drawdown with Clinton, there was a drawdown. I think the drawdown started probably with H.W. Bush, but this is a thing that a lot of people don't know. To the 1,400 people watching, fun fact, right now we spend a shit ton of money on our military. I think it's like $1 trillion now. But if you actually look at the percentage, we're nowhere close to what we spent back during the Cold War. No. Like back in the 70s and the 80s, I think it was double. I think that we spent around like 5%, something like that. And I think currently we're at 3%. I think. When the Cold War ended, that's when we did a drawdown. That's when a bunch of bases started closing and all that stuff. So even though the dollar amount is way, way, way higher, we're actually not spending that much, at least relative.
Well, my dad was he was part of a squadron called the Hydrofoils, which you can look up on the internet. I mean, they'll show all 6 of them. There was only 6 hydrofoils made from San Diego. They came through the Strait and then to Key West, Florida. And I think it was like $1 billion to repair them. And Clinton decommissioned the squadron. And that's when my dad got out of the Navy because he was tired of it. He was tired of the government like taking away from the Navy and stuff. So,
yeah, I mean, as far as
he has his reasons.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that was over 30 years ago now. So
yeah, it was 30 years ago, but still. I mean, he has his reasons and stuff. I mean, he's welcome to his reasons. He served 24 years in the Navy. I mean,
yeah. I mean, like, I get it. I mean, but I'm really just talking about you. Like, I mean, your dad. I get it, right? I'm saying, in your case, what is it about the Democrats that are so off-putting?
Well, because I hear all kinds of shit that like say that they're gonna ruin our lives and all this stuff with Donald Trump and stuff. I mean,
well, who's telling you that?
I listen to all kinds of lives, man. I've been on this app for years.
Okay, but
I mean, I listen to podcasts and stuff all the time. I mean,
which ones?
I listen to Newsmax, Red State. I've never really I don't know any podcasts that have like Democratic things. I mean, I'm just like I listen to a couple CNN things, and I just hate the way they talk to people. They're just so nasty to. I mean, people that don't agree with them and stuff. I mean, you guys are cool and stuff. I mean, I'm tired of the hatred and stuff. I try to be nice to everybody. I'm probably, I mean, all my coworkers told me I'm the nicest person in the world and stuff, and I try to help people all the time, and I just hate people not getting along. I'm not worried about the immigrants and stuff. I mean, none of them's hurt me or in any way, and I'm not worried about that kind of stuff. But I mean,
Like, you say that you're tired of the hatred. You say that that you don't got a problem with immigrants because they're not hurting you. I mean, your stance on immigrants. I mean, I think that's a perfectly sensible stance for your, like, if you're not super involved in talking about politics. Like, hey, okay, yeah, immigrants aren't hurting me. Hell yeah, whatever.
I want to learn. I mean, that's why I joined this, to learn.
But whenever you say that you're tired of the hatred, like, I get it, but also that's Donald Trump's entire platform. That's what he started it on. That's how he rose to political relevance. Like before 2016, I mean, shit, you could really like trace this back to the 80s. So whenever he took out that ad with the Central Park 5, I think at one part in the ad, he says something like, we as a country need to learn how to hate again, or something to that effect. It's and he's like, we've got to hate, and he was associating hate with toughness, right? And he was saying, if we don't learn how to hate, then we're just going to get run over by the rest of the world, like stuff like that. That's one example.
So I can tell you right now. Okay, so I'm a white male. I was married to a white female for 15 years. We got divorced. She left me for a younger man, and I married a black girl. And I dated this girl for like 3 years, and then she finally decided she wanted to marry me because I was the nicest guy in the world, and I made her laugh and stuff. So like my hatred towards people kind of changed. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean,
people can change.
Okay,
I did vote for Donald Trump and stuff, but I was listening to all the rhetoric and stuff about the Democratic Party and stuff like that. And I'm sorry, but Dean and Parker does not help the situation any. They talk about one point all the time. They don't like elaborate on anything.
But dude, I gotta tell you, man, you're 46, right?
Yeah, I am 46.
Cool. And again, I told you I'm turning 43 here this year. Dean and Parker is not for us, right? I think. By the way, I think that they're both smart dudes, quite frankly. But Dean and Parker is not. They're not for us. Like, they're for there's a different group of people that they're talking to, and that they're having conversations with. To be quite frank with you, like, it's not, you know what I mean. Like, I think that there are some other people that you should maybe be listening to that would help you. Like, have you ever listened to RTP?
Oh, I've never listened to RTP.
I would love for you to listen to our friend RTP Talks. That's his username here. He is phenomenally intelligent. He's based out of Arizona. He is from Utah originally, I believe. He's based out of Arizona. And he is incredibly intelligent. He puts on a great show for 3 hours every day, and he brings a lot of great news, a lot of great sources, and I think you might get a lot out of it. And he worked for Mitt Romney's campaign. He's a guy who's been on the right side of the aisle.
So I'm not really financially educated and stuff, but I'm getting ready to take a financial course at St. Louis College because I want to go into business for myself. So I'll know more about that. Right now I'm in nursing. So I went from contracting to nursing. Now I want to open my own business, my own restaurant, actually, because I love to cook. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's where we're at. Me and my wife just bought our own house. We saved up all the money we could. We got our credit scores built up, and we bought our own house. So, we just got married a year ago. So we're working on our dreams.
Listen, that's great. Those are all great things, and I think that these are the things that people want in America. And at the same time, people just want the opportunity to pursue their dreams and to be left alone and to be in a thriving economy and to not have the government come after them and different things like that. But that's what we're seeing from the Trump administration. That's what we're seeing from Republicans these days, and we just don't want that. We just want the government to stay out of our lives,
You're making me rethink my vote now. So,
Listen, man. I understand. I get what you're saying. I understand. I grew up with conservative parents too, not MAGA, but conservative parents, and I took a lot of political views from them for quite some time. I understand exactly what you're talking about, and I understand exactly, how you can feel the way that you feel. But when you start to realize that some of the things that you believe in, because I agree with some of the things that you're saying, but some of the things that you believe in are being practiced by the people on the left and practiced by the Democrats and not the Republicans. I think you might be surprised by that, and you don't have to say I'm a leftist, I'm a socialist, I'm all the way. It doesn't work like that. But you might just find that you identify just a little bit more with some of the folks that are on the left. And by the way, our left here in America is really just the center. It's really like especially when you compare it to the rest of the world, my friend. It's just this. It's really just the center. Like,
I'm starting to think, talking to you and talking to your friend down there. I just followed him.
Good. Good.
That I'm probably more in the center than what I think I was. I mean, like I said, I was lost for a while. I don't know.
Hey, man. Do me a favor. Do me a favor, friend. I would love it if you would find RTP Talks. Those letters. Richard, Tom, Petty. Those three letters. Talks. And I would love for you to listen to a show. He goes on in the mornings Eastern time, like 9:30 to 12:30. I want to say is when his show is Eastern time. That's and so I guess you're Central, so it would be an hour earlier. But give him a listen for a little bit, because I think he is super intelligent and he's super reasonable, and you sound like a person who likes intelligent and reasonable. He worked for Mitt Romney's campaign. He absolutely is a person who understands what it means to be on the right. He understands what it means to be a more progressive person now, and he's very smart. So I strongly recommend that. And maybe take a listen, and then why don't you come back and talk to us a little bit more.
RTP, right?
Yeah, RTP Talks is his username. Yeah. He's got 50 or 60,000 followers. You can find him on YouTube as well. If you but why don't you listen? Why don't you take a listen to him and maybe come back and talk to us another time, and maybe we can chat some more. If you'd like.
Thank you so much.
Because if we can help you, maybe move a little bit more in the other direction, that'd be a good thing.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you so much. I can't really see the guy's name down below me.
That's Nemo.
Nemo. Thank you so much for your information and stuff. I really appreciate it. I'm not trying to be an ass guest like everybody else, but
You're all good, Bengals fan. We just
I'm just trying to learn a little bit,
You're all good. You're all good, friend. Let's try to get good information, and maybe we can all kind of move forward with good information. Okay.
I think the last guy you had on here was raging like really bad.
Yeah, well, yeah, just a little bit. Maybe we can.
You
we
seem
can try
like a
to-
nice guy when you're calm.
when I'm calm. You gotta catch me. You gotta catch me when I'm calm, though. Okay.
All right.
All right,
Well,
friend.
you and Nemo have a great night.
Okay, friend. I hope you have a good night too.
I'll look up RTTP. Yep.
Okay, very good. We'll talk again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This has been a day.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I'm not even gonna comment on that one. Nope.
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 Nope. Nope.
Hey, MAGA, grow a pair. Y'all scared.
Thank you to Gwen and Scorn for the gifts over on the tube, and let me see. Oh, thank you to Wasn't Me on the Green app. Oh, it says I'm in Missouri. Guest is a liar. I think you might have been talking about the gas prices. So, well, thank you, Wasn't Me. I appreciate it. But I think just confused. I think it's okay. Sometimes we get mixed up, and that's okay. RTP, T as in tango. T as in tango. Okay. So let's see here. What we got? Abe, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yes.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
22, and I voted in Texas.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that we have listed above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Yeah, I'd actually love to discuss the first one, Greenland is not America first, and I'd like to hear more fleshed out, because I know that's probably an abridged thing.
Well, maybe you could tell us why you think that it is America first.
What I would like to clarify though is what exactly is the premise that you have, because Greenland, what is the exact policy that you're talking about?
Acquiring Greenland isn't really America first.
Okay, cool. Could you define America first? What's your definition for America first?
Putting the interests of America at the forefront.
Okay, yeah, I'd say that's fair. Okay. Would you like me to take the affirmative, or would you like to go first?
I would love for you to explain why you think that why you would disagree with the prompt.
Okay. Any country needs resources and territory in order to advance its interests. And in the case of Greenland, I think the geopolitical factors are a major benefit to. I mean, we already have a military presence there, and so honestly, it wouldn't be too much of a difference to just let it be as it is right now. But I think, from a geopolitical standpoint, it would be good to keep it securely in America's hands. In addition to that, I mean, obviously, America is a very resource-rich nation as it is, but Greenland does have some oil, I believe. I'm not going to be very informed on all the specifics of this, but I think if someone is advocating for a strictly America first policy, then it wouldn't make sense that acquiring a resource-rich, wide area of land would be in opposition to that premise, if you are approaching it from that perspective.
Well, in a vacuum, you might be right, but has Denmark said that Greenland is available for us?
They have not, but I'm
Well, then,
assuming
since they've said that Greenland isn't available on multiple occasions, and they've made it super clear that the Trump administration continuing to attempt to pursue it, and then their dangerous rhetoric about taking it by other means is not welcome. Do you think that that is damaging to our reputation on the world stage?
I assumed by the prompt that the acquisition was just in a vacuum because
No, the acquisition. We're talking
no,
about
no,
the.
no,
No,
no.
it's.
I'm
I
aware of-
understand, but we're talking about that. I don't know why you would assume that. That we're talking about the real world right now.
Of course.
Yeah. So no, not
In a general sense, the premise was would the acquisition of Greenland period be America first? No.
No, that's not. That's
No,
not.
no.
I'm so sorry. That's not. That's not the. Oh boy, dude. Are we really? Are you really going to do that? Because I'm not. I'm not going to do this. We're talking about
I'm
real.
sorry,
We're
what do you
talking.
mean?
We're talking about real life events here, and we're talking about the Trump administration actively pursuing Greenland. Okay, this isn't like a thought exercise. This is the fact that doing this is against America's interest because it damages our relationships with our closest allies, and there's no reason to do it unless you want those resources, but getting those resources at what cost? We already have a military presence there. We can have more of a military presence there if we want. That's no problem. It's already part of NATO, and there's no danger for China or Russia to get Greenland by any other means because it's not for sale, and it's protected by NATO already, i.e. us. We already have a military base there. So what would the advantage be of us taking Greenland by force? It would alienate us from all of our allies.
We should absolutely not take Greenland by force. I would not advocate that for that at all. But I'm saying that negotiations are ongoing from my understanding. Like if we were to reach an agreement with Denmark and with Greenland, then I don't think there would be any reason to think that it would be not America first.
So, just to clarify, like we're talking about in the real world context, we're talking about the Trump administration. This isn't like a hypothetical, right? So, Matt explained that, the strategic side of things, which that's typically the excuse that MAGA has employed whenever they talk about why we should annex Greenland. It doesn't really hold up because we've had a presence on Greenland, or I guess in Greenland for since the 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like all throughout the Cold War, obviously World War II. And we still have a base there. We used to have way more, but we have a base there. And the only reason we don't have more bases there is because we got rid of the bases. Like, that was us. The agreement between the United States and Denmark, as far as Greenland is concerned, is that we can kind of just, do whatever for the most part militarily. Obviously, there are limits, but it's not like a very restrictive agreement. So the strategic side of things, that doesn't hold up, right? As far as resources go, there are absolutely resources in Greenland. But this bizarre thing of us just snapping up places because there's resources in there, that is 20th or 19th century style imperialism.
Sarah, repeat that last bit you cut out a little bit.
That is 20th century style imperialism, or I guess like early 20th century, late 19th century imperialism. That is essentially what Russia was doing when it decided to invade Ukraine. This is over like dirt, right? Also, Russia is not that Ukraine was not the first instance of this for Russia, right? So they did it in Georgia as well. They still have an artificial border in Georgia. They claim like a piece of like an area of land that is technically part of Georgia, but they claim it is Russian. So this is just kind of more of that, but the American version. And in a
Wait. I don't think you can even remotely compare the Russian invasion of Ukraine to a hypothetical acquisition of Greenland through sale through negotiation. That's kind of an absurd connection.
So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, the American version of that is like us snapping up land for the sake of, I guess, resources, right? Because that was the motivation behind Georgia and Ukraine, right? I'm not saying that we're literally doing the same thing as Russia. Obviously, Russia is far worse. So my point is that it is an outdated, antiquated way of statecraft, of like approaching statecraft.
Does China view it as outdated?
Say again?
Does China view imperialism as outdated?
Does China view imperialism as outdated?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it. Like, so I'll put it this way. There is what I call old school imperialism, which is what you think of typically, which is like colonization, roll the tanks in, subjugate the population, bing, bam, boom, 2 decades later, all the people that were there are gone, and now there's a McDonald's there. So that is old school imperialism, right? Literally hard power.
Mm-hmm.
So the Soviets did this.
You think hard power is obsolete?
Do I think hard power is obsolete? No.
Okay.
Hard power will never be obsolete.
I agree on that.
The thing with hard power is that it doesn't have legs. So that's
No,
the thing.
doesn't?
And the Cold War is proof of that. So the
Cold
Soviets
War was not hard power. That's why it was called the Cold War, is because it was not the use of hard power.
The Soviets employed hard power when they expanded their sphere of influence around the USSR over the course of, I don't know, like what, that'd be 70 years. So
I mean the Cold War in terms of between the U.S. and the USSR. In terms of the USSR expanding their influence within the USSR.
Right. I know, and I'm saying that, okay, when the Soviet Union existed, they did hard power a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We tried to counteract that with a mix of hard power, but also a whole lot of soft power. We did soft power, like diplomacy, hey, we'll give you aid, Marshall Plan type shit, right?
Yeah.
Of, hey, we'll rebuild Europe for you. Just let us build it our way and let us stay here. And we never leave. Thank you. Like, that was the Marshall Plan. But that is soft power, right? Because hard power would be what the Russians did on the other side of the Iron Curtain, which was they put tanks in East Germany. We did the Marshall Plan, like that's kind of like the dichotomy there.
Yeah.
My point is that hard power does not have legs. It doesn't have staying power. Eventually, the public's will to continue funding that power wanes. Example, Afghanistan. That was true for the Soviets. That was true for us. The Soviets spent 10 years in Afghanistan back in the 80s. Then they finally left. We spent 20 years in Afghanistan. We finally left. We spent shit tons of money, and the public, by the end of it, was like, why are we there?
Absolutely, and I'm on the same page on that. But Afghanistan was interventionist neocon policy. That wasn't an invasion of Afghanistan by the U.S. in order to take it over.
I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But sure, yeah, it is neocon policy. I call Donald Trump a neocon. That's I am trademarking that shit because I keep bringing it up. That is my label. I'm sticking to it. He's a neocon. So he is literally doing standard neocon stuff, but he's dressed it up with more populist language, and he's dumber. He's also dropped the pretense of, I guess, rule of law, and it's regressing to might makes right, and also, I mean, there's a little bit of fascism thrown in there.
In terms of well, so what I was trying to get at with China, I am, based on what I've observed about China's actions, is they are eyeing Taiwan very closely, and they would try to take it over if they thought they could do so. And so I don't think China has abandoned the philosophy of hard power being a viable geopolitical. The violence will always be the main the main factor by which geopolitical decisions are made, even if soft power or elections are used as a proxy. So I don't think, and it can always regress to violence and just flat out declaring war on each other. I don't think that we are past that as a planet. That there will, regardless.
So to be clear, I never said that hard power goes away. Hard power always exists because hard power is ultimately violence, right? And what's the famous quote? What is it? Diplomacy is oh wait, no. Shit, I'm gonna look it up now. It's diplomacy by other means. I'm trying to remember what the saying is. Anyway, so hard power will always be there, right? So obviously countries are going to have militaries. My point with China, as an example, is that, okay, if they were exclusively doing hard power, they would have already done something with Taiwan.
Well, they're certainly not doing that. They're exercising soft power very, very effectively right now.
Exactly. See, that's my point. That's my point, right? And so soft power is so much more effective because it makes you friends, generally, right?
Yeah,
hard power
also
makes
costs a lot
enemies.
less in terms of manpower.
Sorry?
It also costs a lot less in terms of manpower and human suffering, etc.
Also true, yes. Tends to be economically beneficial for both or all people involved, right? So my point is that China is doing what we did in the early 20th century to some of the things, right? Because we definitely did hard power in some ways. But the conversation is getting too fucking,
I suppose so. Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Boring. So the point is, dude, back to Greenland. Donald Trump he literally threatened our closest allies with military force. And the excuse that we get is, well, he was just blustering. That's just how he is. That's not an excuse. He's the president of the United States of America, man. What you're telling me is that we've lowered the bar on that. And I mean, after George W. Bush and all of his Bushisms, the point was that the bar should not be lowered, right? That the office of the president is the most powerful position on planet Earth. And the person that occupies that role should conduct themselves in a way that is worthy of the office. This guy is conducting himself like some type of schoolyard bully type shit. And all that it does is alienate us from our closest allies. And I mean, does that mean that we're going to get, some Red Dawn type shit and, that China's going to take us over? No, that doesn't happen, right? That doesn't happen tomorrow or the next day or, a year from now. What happens is Europe and China start getting real close to each other. And also, if we fuck around with Europe hard enough, the notion that Europe could not break us is silly, right? I think that Americans, we look at this from a very American Rambo type perspective of, we kicked the shit out of them Europeans. I mean, number one, those are very formidable militaries. Like, if you took
You
all
name
of
a single
NATO,
metric by which America is weaker than any one or even all of Europe's militaries combined?
say that again.
Can you name a single metric by which America's military is weaker than any one of Europe's militaries or even all of them combined?
So all of them combined, it's not that the U.S. is weaker; it's that it's a stalemate. The same thing is true with China.
Name a metric where the U.S. would be in a stalemate with all of Europe.
Production capacity.
Production.
Germany's the manufacturing hub of Europe, right? I mean, like, we can do the war games thing, but I mean, I'm saying, dude, that when it comes to the war machine, is Europe on the same level as the United States? No, we're still number one at that.
Yeah.
But if we're trying to get some type of absolute victory, that's not happening, right? I mean, we just saw this with Afghanistan, you know? So that it's not tenable, but that's not the military side of things. That is the red herring, because Americans look at it from a military perspective. We look at it from, we've got nukes, we've got tanks, we've got F-22s that do some like Wonder Woman invisible jet type shit. Like, we've got all the crazy things, right? So we'll destroy anybody, right? Yeah, that's hard power. What does Europe have? All of our money. All global finance runs through Europe. It absolutely runs through.
The U.S. dollar was the reserve currency of the world.
Yes,
The euro is a major part of that, but
right. The U.S. dollar is absolutely. It's, I think, 58% right now, and the next largest one is the euro.
Yeah.
And the thing is that people are dumping dollars. They're not comfortable with dollars. Why? Because, one, dollars are losing value at a clip that we have not seen in a very long time. Also, the guy that is running the country that those dollars represent is kind of unstable. And that's not good for business. If the guy that is running your country can, on a whim, just put tariffs on your industry because of some untoward comment made by somebody on like a social media platform, or because he woke up and he's constipated, like whatever it is, that's not good for business. That's not a reliable trade partner. And we've also demonstrated that we don't honor our commitments. Donald Trump pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accords. Donald Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal. I mean, Iran will never trust us again. They barely trusted us with the first nuclear deal. They will never trust us again, right? The rest of the Middle East doesn't trust us because of what's happening in a certain area in the Middle East. And also, when it comes to Ukraine, we have been so goddamn wishy-washy on something that we put our name on paper. We said, hey, give up your nukes. We promise we will fight for you. If the shit hits the fan, we will fight for you.
Ukraine had nukes?
Yes.
Huh.
Ukraine had the third. You know, it is. They had
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it is third.
Okay, and that's because
because they used to be in the USSR.
Yes,
exactly.
And Ukraine.
Oh, gotcha.
So at the time that the USSR split up, Ukraine had the third most in the world, and that was when, you know, us and Russia were kind of like, yeah, hey, we're like cool now, and Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin were like, you know, fist bumping each other and doing shots of vodka together and stuff like that, right? And we were all like, hey, Ukraine, maybe you guys de-nuke, and we'll all sign an agreement together along with Britain and France and the other countries, you know, whatever, inconsequential mostly, but that basically said, hey, if somebody attacks you or invades you or anything, we're going to come to your aid. That's the Budapest Memorandum signed in 1994. So, like, us not helping Ukraine out is a very big problem. We're, like, literally saying fuck you to a treaty, or what is akin to a treaty, with another country. It just doesn't. It's just bad for business all the way around. We just can't do that shit. You can't run a country because so many of these agreements, so many of these different things are just operated on trust. Like Nemo said, Iran will never trust us again. They'll never trust us again.
No, hang on. Did we bomb Iraq earlier this year, or did we bomb Iran?
Iran.
Okay, I mean, now they're really never going to trust us again. But
Well,
I mean, yeah.
I
But
mean,
like, obviously the bombing that definitely didn't help. I just meant when we pulled out of the nuclear deal in his first term.
oh, okay.
Like Trump pulled us out of that deal for no good reason. I've heard the Fox News talking points. I've heard they were using that money to fund. They were still doing things with uranium. No, it's just not. It's not right. I'm sorry, it's not. It's genuinely, truly not. If Iran wanted nukes, do you think that they could probably obtain them from Russia? I have a feeling that they probably could. I genuinely have a feeling that they probably could. But the point is that as far as us building a relationship with a country that we single-handedly created, or rather a government that we created, the current government in Iran, we created that unintentionally because we installed the Shah, like the basically the head of Iran. We put a pro-Western person in there back in the 50s because Iran wanted to nationalize their oil. We didn't like that. That wasn't good for business. The UK also did not like that. And at the time, the UK was way, way more influential. And they didn't like that because that wasn't good for business. And so we said, how about no? And we put someone else in there. And then that lasted for a minute. Then, fast forward, Islamic Revolution, right? So that happens in 79.
Mm-hmm.
So ever since then, it's been the dark ages for women. As far as just the way that they're physically treated. Oddly enough, they can still hold office and vote, which is wild to me. But yeah, that's all that we did was ensure regression by interfering in a country because of business.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I would. I guess I'll kind of circle back to the premise because I agree that like all those interventions were really bad for us and for the party involved. I'm against any foreign intervention that is not directly related to our interests and doesn't put our interests forward. Like Afghanistan and Iraq or like Iran are definitely examples of that. So I guess maybe it would be better to. I don't know. When I saw the prompt, Greenland is not America first. I will be completely frank. I'm a very, very right-wing person. I'm very nationalist. And if I'm approaching it from the perspective of I only want to advance my country's interests, then acquiring Greenland, hopefully by obviously by peaceful means. I'm not in favor of a military invasion at all. But that would seem to me to fit in very neatly with America first, expanding territory, expanding access to resources. It does not seem to be contradictory in that. And if I were taking that position, I would probably ignore any appeal to allies because I personally don't value them anymore. They have not really demonstrated that they value our aid and protection and military assistance. And I'm just saying, if you're talking to an America First person, you're probably
Well,
not.
wait. We can't. Hold on 1 second, man.
Yeah.
What do you mean they don't value our aid and protection and military assistance? What are you talking about?
In terms of people who say that Europe doesn't respect us anymore, I don't think that they really have for a very long while.
But you just said that they don't value our aid or protection or military assistance. I don't. Where is that coming from? I have no idea what that means. Or
It's admittedly a vibe,
Yeah,
I don't have any hard concrete
I think
evidence for that.
I think that's exactly what it is. It's a vibe that there's no evidence to suggest anything like that. The only thing that would be in line with that is what Donald Trump is doing with NATO. There's no issues with our relationship with Europe or their respect for us as the people in charge and as the global hegemon. There's no issue with that until you get to Donald Trump. And now our allies don't trust us anymore. They don't want to share intelligence with us anymore. They don't want to do joint military exercises with us. They don't want to trust us with their military plans because we leak military plans now, because we might be talking to Russia, because these types of things. So no, everything was fine before.
And so if I were purely America First, which I am, why would I care about maintaining a relationship with them? If I thought that we should be completely isolationist and independent and anti-globalist.
Because those people can absolutely, even if you think that nothing can happen to us militarily, which is a very short-sighted view.
I didn't say nothing would happen.
I understand that. I'm saying even if you thought that, let's just pretend you thought, okay, we'll be isolationist and we'll burn all of our military bridges, and nothing can happen to us militarily. Well, Europe can wreck us financially.
Why would the U.S. not be able to sustain itself in an isolated? I don't think that we should cut off all trade with.
Oh, I wasn't talking about trade. Who holds a percentage of U.S. treasuries? Because see,
I'm sure it's distributed among a lot of first world countries.
Not a lot. U.S. holds about 70-ish% domestically, so we hold our own domestically. But you've got Japan, and then you've got a smattering of the EU countries together.
Yeah.
They're the biggest holders of our treasuries. If they all decided, oh yeah, fuck the United States, they can wreck us.
By selling those holdings or what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
To us?
Yeah. Well, because if they dump their treasuries, that would absolutely destroy our economy overnight. Because
what aspect of the economy? Because I'm sure it would devastate a lot of stock market valuations and GDP numbers. But in terms of if you're viewing
no, I'm not. Okay, so treasuries. It would mean that interest rates would. You think interest rates are bad now? You don't like. I bet you're like with Trump. Oh, we don't like interest rates, right?
We should abolish the Fed. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Sure. Great idea. But if you don't like interest rates now, try interest rates in the 20s or the 30s, because if bonds get sold off like that, that's what we would be talking about. It would it would destroy our economy through inflation. We would literally be in a situation where we'd probably be in like the mid-20s inflation or more. So,
And again, if I were America First and was dissatisfied with the order of things as it were, why would that be a bad outcome in the long term? Obviously, there will be very, very bad short-term effects, but if in the long term it would be a better outcome than a slow death by 1,000 cuts, then why would I be against that?
Define short term.
I'm not sure. I think the economy would function as its own self-contained system as it goes forward. Like I don't think that the global financial system has all-encompassing effects. There would still be commerce and productivity in every state. I think that would continue unabated in the long term. Things that you need to survive, food. I mean, everything we have all the resources and the technology and the populace to sustain ourselves without the global system.
Not really. We don't have the money. Like, that's the thing, is that the U.S. is a service economy, right?
Mm-hmm.
We make money from all the stuff that we export.
Yeah, and what would stop us if we had a concerted effort to bring all our manufacturing back domestically? What would realistically stop us from doing that? If we have all the resources that we need, we have the land that we need to do that.
We don't. The problem is that we don't.
In what way?
We don't. We don't have the resources that we need. You're just thinking in terms.
What resources do we not have that we would need to bring manufacturing back domestically?
How about rare earth minerals? Do we have rare earth minerals here in the United States?
I don't know.
The answer is no. We don't have rare earth minerals here in the United States. No, and in Greenland, I don't believe has near a deposit of rare earth minerals that we would need. That would be enough for what we would need domestically, the United States. Dude, what you're talking about in terms of isolationism, we tried it. It was a disaster, and we tried it at a time when we were a far more self-sufficient country.
What is
we
that?
We tried it 100 years ago, and it did not work.
Are you talking about in the first part of World War I, or what? Like what specific?
I'm talking about after World War I.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about after World War I. It did not work. Being isolationist did not work because it did not work because we walled ourselves off from the global economy, and we capped it with the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act. Do you know about the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act?
I have heard of it, but I couldn't list any details off the top of my head.
It was a bunch of people in our government going, we should tariff the fuck out of other countries. That'll make us money. That'll set us right. And the only thing it did in 1932 was just absolutely fucking drive us deeper into the Great Depression. It wasn't the singular cause of the Great Depression. There were a number of causes, but it absolutely drove us even deeper into the Great Depression, and it cemented the isolationism that was happening. And my overarching point here is that we were in a better position then to be independent and to be isolationist. Where we are now as a country, as Nemo aptly pointed out, we are a more service-oriented nation, and so much of what we do and the way that we as a country make money and our GDP and so much of what makes us successful now is we are a part of the global economy, whether you like it or not. So today, becoming isolationist is not on the table if you want to remain a developed nation. Pulling ourselves out of the global economy literally ensures that our interest rates go through the roof, our currency is devalued, there would be fucking people going hungry in this country, tens of millions of people would lose their jobs. Like, it would be an utter fucking disaster. And if you think that European countries can't cut us out of trade, they can. It would hurt them a little bit, but they can absolutely cut us out way easier than you think. Way easier than you think, my friend.
Gotcha.
One thing that and I talked to Matt about this the other night. I discovered this not that long ago. So, name our top 3 trade partners in no particular order.
My guess would be Japan, China. Does the European Union count as one, or would that not be the same?
So that's the thing, right? Is that normally it does not. So
Like they are a trading bloc, right?
correct. So the top 3 is Mexico, Canada, China.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, like I don't know what the exact order is. China can bump up and down in number 2 or 3, but whatever. So those are our trading partners, our biggest trading partners. But that also is assuming that you are looking at the EU as individual countries, right? So looking at Germany and France, and I mean, obviously not the UK anymore, but Ireland and Belgium and Spain, right? Individual countries. But if you look at it as a trading bloc, all of a sudden it is by far our biggest trading partner by like a lot. It's crazy. And when you look at the EU, like when it comes to the debt that they hold, our treasury bonds, that's one of those things. That is another manifestation of soft power. So when it comes to our debt, our position in the world economy, where we are the reserve currency, because we are the reserve currency, and like I guess the petrodollar and all that good stuff, what that means is that we as a country are allowed to run massive deficits. We're allowed to do that. We essentially have a credit card, right? And we don't even really have to pay it off. We can just keep racking up debt. Why? Because we're the top dog. And nobody's going to call it, right? Because it's like, well, this is the US. You know, they're kind of like a bedrock situation. If they go away, I feel like we have bigger problems, right? That's kind of that's been the status quo for a while. That's basically what the status quo was around like the Nixon era, because we got off the gold standard and then other things happened. So the point is, we're allowed to just rack up these deficits or rack up the debt, do all sorts of silly shit that other countries are not allowed to do. They are not able to do that. That is a privilege that we have. And that's because we are so heavily interlinked within the global economy. And that's by design. We built that thing. We built the modern global economy. Like the world order that exists right now was built after World War II. We built it intentionally for that, right? So that was another way of cementing or entrenching our power as a global hegemon. And okay, cool. After the Soviets disappeared, we were the only one left. And hunky dory, woo, okay, cool. 30 years later, more gray hairs. Hi, what's up, China? China's just kind of sitting there. And they're waiting. And the crazy thing is, like, they're not even really doing anything to us. They're not doing anything. I mean, like, I guess if you want to say that, like, they took our manufacturing, no, we gladly outsourced that shit. Why? Because Americans wanted to pay less for whatever. So, yes. So, they're not even really doing anything like offensive to us. They're not really doing anything hostile, right? But we're hurting ourselves. I mean, fuck, we elected George W. Bush. And then we elected Donald Trump. and then we elected him again. Like, wow. And when, I mean, the tariff thing, especially that, has caused such a shock to the the relationships that we have literally spent decades, generations, in some cases centuries, building with other countries. It just immediately just it put all of that into question, because he has essentially unilateral power to just impose an import tax on a country for whatever commodity or all commodities. And it's for whatever petty reason that he has that day. And that will be at the forefront of his addled brain for the next 72 hours, at which point he will lose interest and move on. That's not how you run a country, and that's not how you run the world. If you, like you said, you're a nationalist, and like I approach this from the whole, American exceptionalism angle, which is we've been the global hegemon since the end of World War II. And we could stay the global hegemon for the next century if we wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Do I think that we should be? I mean, Europe is kind of like not meeting the moment. So yeah, I mean, it kind of like, yes, because the alternative is China, and I have certain issues with China. Do I think that China is like, has valid things that it does better than us and that we should absolutely take notes? Yes, 100%. But also there are very good reasons to be wary of that. And so if we want to maintain that, and we want to maintain the very privileged position that we find ourselves in because of literally decades of work done through the State Department post World War II, if we want to maintain that, then we can't be electing failed reality TV show hosts that don't know fuck all about trade, nor diplomacy, nor how to run a Burger King, let alone a country. And unfortunately, Republicans, the right wing and whatever, decided to put him in because something America greatness. And it's silly. It's silly. It's this silly fantasy.
Are you in favor of American greatness or not? Because you were arguing from a standpoint of America being global hegemon, and now you're insulting that sentiment.
I'm insulting the tactic that is used, which is make America great again. Okay, so number one, that begs the question of when were we great? And I have like a whole speech on that, right? There's not any one particular moment when we as a country were collectively great. We've achieved great things in our time. We have never once been great for all Americans. Like the year that we went to the moon, that we put a man on the moon using a computer that was essentially a fucking TI-83.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally a fucking Texas Instruments calculator. Like, when that happened in 1969, that was a year after Martin Luther King was gunned down by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That there are all these little things that coincide that we just kind of we block them out in chunks, and we don't consider that they are all happening at once, right? So the point is that, was there ever a moment when we were all collectively great? No. But we did achieve great things over time. And so my point is that we were the global hegemon, and that wasn't all hunky-dory, like, sunshine and rainbows. There was plenty of fucked up shit that America did to become the global hegemon. Look at Latin America. Hello, CIA. Hello, literally any year that starts with 19. That was us. That's Henry Kissinger. What's up? Like, that was us. So the point is, do I want the US to continue to be the global hegemon? Yes. Why? because there's unfortunately not a better option. Because Europe is not willing to meet the moment. They have not. The EU did not transition into a super state. Like if the EU became like essentially the United States of Europe, all right, then that would be they could take the mantle because they understand human rights better than we do. But there's not a viable alternative.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I will say one more thing on the Epstein thing. I think Pam Bondi's performance was absolutely indefensible and just a complete disgrace. And so I think that might be something we can maybe find alignment on. But yeah, it's about my bedtime, so I'm gonna let you guys go. But yeah, thanks for chatting, guys.
Okay, have a good night.
Thanks. See you.
A good one.
Well, all right then. It has sure it's been a night. It's a night it has been. It's great. Thank you to Scorn and Trilty Son and Richard. Thank you for those the gifts over on the tube. I appreciate you guys. If you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Looks like we might have someone else here.
Hello?
My America. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
23, New Jersey.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that we have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
What is the top one? I can't read it.
The top one is Greenland is not America first.
I'll go with ICE. You're the bottom one there.
Okay.
You want me to take it away?
What would you like to say on that?
Well, I mean, I'll start off by I could take it away by how ICE is doing it to the illegal immigrants that are in our country. It's just a terrible thing because all of these innocent children and women are being raped and murdered, and it's just completely not fair. And Donald Trump was elected because that is the job that the American people wanted him to do to keep our country
You're not really
safe.
addressing the prompt, though.
The prompt, ICE is a domestic terrorist group. Well, how could it be?
Also, if you're going to make by the way, just so you know, the claim that you just made is not able, you couldn't back that up with statistics.
Yes, I could back it up with statistics. I actually have an entire list of all
Awesome. In 2024, how many people were unalived by undocumented immigrants?
How many people, what?
In 2024, because that's the last year that we have full statistics for. In 2024, how many people were unalived by undocumented immigrants?
Thousands.
Thousands, really? That's crazy. What's your source?
I mean, you could look it up, but
no, I want your source. No, I want you. No. I want no. I want your source. What's your source for thousands?
Excuse me.
Excuse you. Yes, excuse you. Many. No, it's not too many. I want your source on what you just said. Thousands. I want your source. Thank you.
Well, if I go to look it up, then it'll take me off of this.
No, it won't. You can just swipe out of the screen. You'll stay in the live. You can go to Google, look it up.
Okay. And while I look for that, I want your source for why ICE is a domestic terrorist group.
No, you wouldn't ask for a source. That's an opinion, but I'll give you sources on facts. See, you gave me a fact I'm asking for a source on your fact that you gave me. This is an opinion. See, we're going to discuss my opinion on this. I understand you don't get the difference between the two, but we'll get there.
Yeah, but one is
I'm
too
still
many.
waiting on your source for the number that you just cited, that thousands were unalived by undocumented immigrants in 2024. Go get the source, please.
All right.
Thanks.
Right, so I have a few sources actually, and the first one is The Citizen.
The Citizen? Why don't you just go to CBP?
Yes.
No. I want cbp.gov. I don't know what The Citizen is. Go to cbp.gov and just pull directly from them.
Don't ask me for a source if you're gonna just pick and choose your little fake news.
No, it's not. It's not little fake news. I asked for CBP. Do you know what CBP is? What's CBP, bud?
Look,
what's CBP? Do you
I'm
know
telling
what
you
it
The
is?
Citizen, and
I'm
I got
sorry.
a quote saying that there's 2,800.
Great. That's not the correct number. Go to CBP, which is Customs and Border Protection, which is literally the government agency that would track these things, and tell us the number. Thank you.
Well, according to the CBP, Kamala let in 3.5 million, and that's why there were so many high numbers.
Number one, according to the CBP, no, they didn't, because the CBP doesn't actually track the number of crossings. So you literally don't know what you're talking about. But you're really doing poorly at this. Can you get me a source, please, that would show the number of people that were unalived by undocumented immigrants in 2024? You're not doing well. Please get that number, and then we can continue our discussion. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just go to The Citizen.
No, The Citizen isn't a source, sir. I want CBP. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a source.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
You're just...
All right, I guess I'll just do your work. I
Boo-hoo.
guess you kind of suck at this, so I'll just do your work for you. Here you go. CBP,
You asked for
criminal,
a source, I gave you one.
Except your source isn't a source. Let's go to the actual source, which is CBP.
It is a source. Excuse me.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
it is.
Awesome. What is The Citizen, sir?
It is a source.
What is The Citizen? What is it? What's the article you're looking at? What's the website? I don't know what it is. I'm looking at
then why
US.
don't you go look it up?
I literally just did because you suck at this. So I went.
Be a
It
good
took
boy.
me about 10 seconds to go to CBP and pull this up because you're so fucking stupid you couldn't do it yourself. My God, man. Jesus Christ, how did you make it to 23 years old? Anyways, here we are on CBP's website because you couldn't do it yourself. Anyways,
Yeah, you asked me for a source. I gave it to you.
except you couldn't find one that you could even explain yourself. Wow. Anyways,
Yes, I could. You
here
just
is-
interrupted me.
Anyways, since you couldn't find one,
Fake
here's
news.
I'm so sorry. Are you a child? You're 23 years old? Thank you. Anyways, so if we look over here under fiscal year 2024, let's just zoom in here. All right. So,
Jocelyn, McGarry,
I'm
Renee.
sorry. Hey, bud, I'm in the
Ludovice,
middle of a
Aldo-
sentence. Excuse me, sir. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Do you have any sort of decorum? I'm about to tell you how many unalivings there were. You can do your Pam Bondi bit for your 8 people in a MAGA live. I'm trying to talk now. Do I just need to kick
I was
you?
talking.
I'm so sorry. Do I just need to kick?
Excuse me.
I know you couldn't find a source,
You in-
buddy. Oh,
interrupted
are
me.
your little fifis hurt? Now I'm gonna finish saying what I was saying.
If you're not,
Okay. All right,
you're
I'll
not
tell you
gonna
what,
debate-
bud. Do you want me to let you crash out for a minute before I tell you the number and make you look like a fucking moron? Go crash out. Go for it.
no, you just don't want to hear the real numbers. You just want to go with your little la la land
Okay,
nonsense.
so you're saying that we can't trust U.S. Customs and Border Protection and their statistics is what you're saying.
No, we can't because Dean Withers actually told me that I can't trust any sources.
Dean Withers told you can't trust any sources. Well, guess what?
No, he told me
I don't care what Dean said.
Federal yep.
That's great. That's fantastic. Anyways, here's what customs
boy.
in. But if you say that again, I'm just going to drop you. I don't have to sit and listen to you. This is annoying as fuck, and you're really stupid. You couldn't even find the Customs and Border Protection numbers. Anyways.
I order you to drop.
Oh, my God. Nemo, what is wrong with these fucking 20-year-old morons? Jesus Christ. Like, really? Is this where we're at today with these idiots? My God.
You're talking about an opinion.
I'm so sorry. I
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
talking to you.
microplastics. I blame microplastics.
It's gotta be, dude. Do you think he has
Unlimited 4K adult stuff?
Do you think he has Kalman syndrome too? He probably has Kalman syndrome. I'm guessing.
Wait, what's that?
I'll look it up. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Anyways, since he wasn't smart enough, here's H side under fiscal year 2024. It's right here. It's in the last one. You'll see that number is actually 29. It's 29, not thousands like you had said. Man, that's a real kick in the balls, huh, to be off by that much. Boy, you really suck at this, huh?
You're arguing an opinion.
It's not arguing an opinion when you have statistics, friend. You seem to really suck at this. Also, why are there two of you? Does it take two of you to suck at this, or are there just two of you to suck each other off? Is that what it is?
Is he trying to like go through puberty right now?
I don't know why he says you're arguing an opinion. I'm not arguing an opinion right now. I'm proving your statistic wrong.
Because you said.
Oh my God.
You're arguing an opinion.
All right, no thanks. I have no time for this. I don't care.
You know, it's times like these that I start to, I don't know, understand. Not agree, but understand how Lenin got to where he was and how like Stalin got to where he was. Like, do I agree with it? No. Do I see? Yes.
Oh my God. Blue Bear, hi. I'll invite you to mute. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I live in Texas and I'm 25.
Okay. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects that we have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Well, I wanted to go back on a question that you had asked. I forgot. I think it was like Beagle's fan or something like that. But before that, I wanted to ask about the ICE as a domestic terrorist group.
Okay.
So one thing I wanted to know was like, why do you think that it's a domestic terrorist group in the first place?
Right quick, just before we dive in, I wanted to just say things. Eddie, thank you for the green app. Thank you very much for that. And then thank you, Tamara, for the blue app. You said, God, I hate how it cuts these off. Yeah. Okay, keep going.
I know it's a pain. Well, the reason why we're saying that, Blue, is because they fit the definition for what terrorism is. That's why we feel that they are. So that's it. If you know the definition of terrorism, it feels pretty easy to slot them into that.
Okay. Personally, when it comes to ICE, for me, I kind of like don't really care about what they're doing. I do think that it is kind of harsh what they're like, what some people are doing out there. But to me, it's just like, why are you out there fighting ICE in the first place?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
like I think when it mostly comes from domestic terrorism, is it like them like shooting people and killing them, or is it just them just going into people's houses and taking people out the houses? Like, what makes them so bad?
Well, I mean, it would kind of be all of the above, but the definition of terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, for political aims. So when you're acting extrajudiciously or outside of the law, and committing acts of violence and intimidation against civilians, and you're doing it with a stated political aim, which is very clear because Donald Trump has made that political aim very clear, then you're acting in a manner consistent with terrorism. And as a group, ICE is putting masks on their faces, and they're going out and they're doing things that are unlawful. They're detaining people that shouldn't be detained. They're breaking down doors of people's houses without judicial warrants, which they need to enter a home. You still need a warrant to enter a home, but they're doing it without warrants. They're defying court orders. They're acting in a violent way towards people. There have been individual ICE agents who have been cited for violence, and we've seen a marked increase in violence from past years with ICE. Like, just compared to previous administrations, this is a marked increase in violence. So, I mean, when you add all of that up, it kind of paints a pretty clear picture.
So, if that is so bad, and the thing is, right, you see them doing this into like most cities that are not cooperating with ICE. So, if we want to die down the domestic terrorism, as y'all so think of it is, then why don't we have these cities cooperate with ICE so that it it won't be so, I guess, chaotic. That's what I would call it.
So, comply.
Like the thing is, like before they even started the raids in the first place, Tom Homan came out here and asked he wanted the blue cities or blue states to cooperate with ICE so they can go into the jails and take all the violent criminals.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out like why aren't we trying to get these cities to cooperate so that we can calm down on the chaos rather than aiming at ICE, and we're like, oh, ICE is so terrible, even though Tom Homan said that this will happen in the first place before the raids even begin.
So they already do that. Tom Homan is intentionally pushing a narrative, right? Because he knows better. He knows better. Because he was the head of I guess CBP under Obama. It's not like he's just a new Trump employee. He's been in this for a while. He knows better. He's pushing a narrative. Tim Walz was literally asked about this, and so was the I can't remember his name, the guy who's the head of the Department of Corrections in Minnesota, and they both said that any violent criminal is immediately turned over. Any violent criminal who they find out is also here illegally is turned over.
Also, I just want to point out that I hope you realize that if anyone is convicted of a crime like that, they're just automatically deported. Like they serve their time in jail and then they get deported. That's just how that works. Like you don't get to commit a crime and then magically stay in the United States. Like you're just going to get deported. That's pretty much how that works. So like Nemo said, this is just already what's happening.
And so with them going in to get those violent criminals who are still on the street, like the ones that are still out there, people who get arrested um, or at least the people that they target, they be with other people who are not um, criminals, but they be near them, right? But they're still illegal. So is that the domestic terrorism you're talking about?
All of it, right? So, well, except for the, I guess, the violent criminal part, but like the violent criminal part that you're referring to, I question that, right? You're implying that violent criminals are just walking around free.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's just that they were at what's called from what I'm seeing. Tom Homan's main thing is just I want access to the jails, and a lot of these either mayors or governors, they say no. We don't want to cooperate with ICE because they have the sanctuary city policies, and so with that, it leads to ICE going into the neighborhoods and causing chaos, arresting anybody who is illegal instead of, targeting, the violent criminals.
Again, you're implying that there's just this massive population of violent criminals in the prison system.
I didn't say it was massive. I'm not saying it's massive.
Well, that there's this population of violent criminals in the prison system in sanctuary states or sanctuary cities, which I would be states. So that in these blue states that they are here illegally, violent criminals, they're in prison, so they've been convicted, right? You're implying that this exists, that this is a thing, and that the people that you're talking about would not be immediately deported. They would. I mean, if you're talking about jails, that's different, right? So jails, like, prison, that's, post conviction, right? Like you are convicted and sentenced, right? Jail, that's, booking, that is intermediary, right? So if you're saying that they should be allowed to go after people who are merely charged or accused of something, well, no, that is dangerous.
Okay. But the main question I wanted to ask is, why is this only exclusive to sanctuary cities?
I mean, I can tell you that it isn't that it's exclusive to sanctuary cities. It's that Donald Trump is targeting specifically Minnesota or California, like is targeting these states because of grievance. He doesn't like Minnesota because that's Tim Walz.
Yeah.
And Tim Walz made fun of him. He doesn't like California because California's Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom mogs his ass every time that he gets off a plane, and Melania gets all funny acting anytime that she's near Gavin Newsom. Donald Trump doesn't like that. Donald Trump doesn't like that Gavin Newsom is a whole inch taller than him, even when Donald Trump is wearing lifts. He hates that. And so whenever he tosses and turns in bed at night, thinking about how Gavin Newsom looks like a sleazy car salesman, but still is somehow better looking than him, that bothers Donald Trump. And so he lashes out. And he lashes out by denying funding for wildfires or denying help or actively obstructing by fucking with water supplies in California, or denying funding or sending in agencies to fuck with people in LA or other areas in California, all sorts of stuff, right? This is grievance politics. Donald Trump is a petty man. He's doing petty shit. It doesn't really, with California, at least California makes sense geographically for why you would deploy ICE there. Do I still think that ICE needs to be deployed the way that it's being deployed there? No, Jesus Christ, no. But geographically, there's at least, I guess, a plausible deniability, right? But we're talking about fucking Minnesota. Like, really? You think that a bunch of Canadians are just hiding out in the lakes in Minnesota or something. They're just, a bunch of frogmen or whatever. Like, come on. It's silly, but it's targeting Minnesota. Why are we not looking at other states that are along the Canadian border if we genuinely are arguing about that?
Okay, but the reason why I'm so confused on the ICE situation is because where I live in Houston. ICE came over here and had raids, and not much went on. They pretty much took all the illegal immigrants in the end. Like, not much chaos happened over here. But in other states or other cities, there's a different problem. It's like chaos over there.
I mean, I think it really depends on how you go about it, right? If you bust into people's homes without judicial warrants, I think that there's a pretty solid reason why there's some chaos going on. Because, like, I mean, I don't know about you, but if somebody were to break into my home, just out of the blue, I don't know who the hell they are. I mean, I'm assuming that person is a bad guy. That they are there to steal shit, right? Or hurt me. And so I'm going to respond accordingly, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, if they don't have a judicial warrant, like at that point, what are we even doing? You got a permission slip from your boss? That's what an administrative warrant is. To the 1,300 people watching, I need you to understand something. There is something called a judicial warrant, as in a warrant that is signed by a fucking judge. The kind of thing that we always talk about whenever you're watching like a cop show, you got a warrant, that thing, that's a judicial warrant, okay? That's enforceable by law, okay? They are allowed to enter your home if they have that piece of paper signed by a judge. If it's not signed by a judge, no. Fourth Amendment, fuck off. An administrative warrant is not a warrant. It is a permission slip. It is ICE saying, hey, we want to come into your place, and we asked ourselves, and we said it was okay for us. So there's no judge involved.
You don't need to see his identification.
Exactly. Like that is an administrative warrant. That's what ICE is using in the cases that we've seen reported on. That's what they've been using to enter people's homes or try to enter people's homes. And they will lie, because one thing that they are allowed to do, and cops are allowed to do this too, is they can lie to you. And they can talk to you while you got the door open. And if you let them in, well, fuck it. You don't need a warrant at that point, right? That's the point. They want to be let in. It's like a vampire, but more racist. So that's kind of where they are. But they will try anything possible to get in. They will say, oh, no, it's totally a warrant. No, the fuck it isn't. But they sent out a memo instructing ICE agents to use it as a warrant, even though it's not. It's not. But I have a problem with that.
Okay.
I mean, I would think, Blue, like, I don't know anything about you, but if you voted for Donald Trump on the idea that you wanted small government, you wanted to be let the hell alone, you didn't want a nanny state, you didn't want a big government telling you what you can and can't do, didn't want a bunch of cops or like a police force going around and just tracking your every move and micromanaging you as a whole ass free American in the year of our Lord 2026. If you voted for Donald Trump based on that motivation, you voted for the wrong guy, because he's the one that expanded the police state in this country, Palantir, is being used on us. It essentially is an AI surveillance. It's the easiest way to think about it. Take a wild guess what ICE is using whenever they insist on taking pictures of people's faces with their smartphones. I'm sure that you've seen videos of them like holding up their phone and like recording people in their interactions. Now, some of that is just B-roll for their cringe TikTok ads, but then the rest of it is so they get that person's face to add to a database. We know that because one of the chuckle fucks said it. He said it on video. He said, well, I'm going to take a picture of your face. And now you're a domestic terrorist. We're going to go punch a hole in the wall. We're going to harass a waitress later to feel like a man.
I'm going to kiss a dude. Because, I mean, never mind.
I liked it. Taste of his cherry chapstick. But it wasn't cherry. It was a man that woodland steel Arctic blast.
Okay. So you just said one thing that I want to point out what you had just said. You said if I voted for Trump, then and I wanted to be comfortable, I wanted to live a comfortable life, I voted for the wrong person. So what would have been the correct option?
The correct option in what? Voting for the presidential election? I mean, like it's the reality that, I mean, what state were you in?
Texas.
Oh, well, I mean, Texas. You vote for Kamala Harris, dude. Like, I mean, I this whole thing of, well, there was no one else. Yes, there literally was. There were two different bubbles on the bubbling thing, or two different buttons on the button thingy. Like one was Donald Trump, and the other one was Kamala Harris. And if there was another one, and it was Jill Stein, Mumra, the ever-living, coming back out of our sarcophagus once every 10 years like a fucking cicada to be like, I think that we should vote for me, even though I don't have any type of fucking experience at all. I mean, why would you throw away your vote? Don't get me wrong, dude. I don't like the two-party system. I want a different system. I don't like only having two options and doing lesser of two evil and all that shit. I understand that is annoying. I understand that's bad. I want more from the Democratic Party. I get it. Also, we still have to deal with what we are presented with, right? Like, I get, it's kind of like you are presented with a task. Like you're told, hey, you got to like rearrange all of the furniture in this room by this date. And then you proceed to be like, okay, yeah, but I hate that this system exists where somebody can tell me that I have to rearrange the furniture in this room. That's fucking ridiculous. Okay, cool, but you still have to do it, man. Like, I mean, one day we could maybe get to a point where that isn't happening, but you're still going to have to live in the moment and do whatever the thing is. Donald Trump campaigned on expanding the police state. He campaigned on going and blowing the fuck out of the economy with tariffs because people don't understand. Oh, jeez. He campaigned on a lot of things. Ironically, one of the things that he also campaigned on was the Jeff Files, and that's the one thing that he seems to consistently fuck up on. If Pam Bondi is anything to go on, holy God, I think that woman is still at that table saying, Don't you dare tell me what to do. Don't you dare tell me to answer a question with yes or no. President Trump is God.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Dagny in the chat. I read that in her voice. I can't believe. Really? You can't believe it? Your theatrics are fucking, it's soap opera tier. Oh my God. Stop. Stop with the melodrama.
Okay.
I got a lot of bitterness and anger towards this administration for a lot of reasons. They stole my 20s. Like I was entering my 20s. This massive pile of shit, akin to like the massive mountain of shit in Jurassic Park, that was put in front of me at the age of 22 or 23 or whatever. I'm like, well, fuck. And guess what? I am 32. I'll be staring down 40 before this motherfucker finally exits my life. So yeah, I got some bitterness.
Let's see. But from my standpoint, Kamala Harris did not seem like a good candidate either. Simply because she was not moderate. There are like no moderate Democrats out there.
But my friend, she was so moderate. Everything about her was moderate. What policies do you think that she was going to implement that were not moderate?
One of them that seemed very horrible was the government funded houses. I did not
Those
agree
weren't
with that.
government funded. How, like, what? What did you think the policy was? Explain to us what you thought the policy was.
It seemed like, let's see, it sounded like she was trying to use the government to fund housing, to build houses. But to me, that just did not sound like a great idea.
That's not what she wanted. She wanted to encourage the building of 3 million new houses privately by opening up more land for them to do it affordably. That's all. She just wanted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, also got the tax credit.
And the tax, that was
that was a tax credit. Like that wasn't even like a hey, here's a check. Like no, that was a fucking tax credit. Like
it's like you do the thing and you can get it after the fact, but like just wanted to increase housing so that it could be more affordable. But it wasn't like the government was going to build a bunch of houses and like give them away to people.
No, I didn't say it was going to be free.
It just wanted to increase the inventory of houses and open up, free up zoning and different things like that. That's all.
So what was bad about that?
The thing is, to me personally, when things involve the government, it's just like I don't want to deal with it, or I don't want to interact with it whatsoever.
Why?
Because when it comes to the government over things that we need, they tend to be very horrible at it.
And that is Reagan right there. That is the ghost of Ronald Reagan haunting us still. The scariest words you can ever hear is I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Ronald Reagan, that bullshit. Government's not the solution, it's the problem. That shit. Where are my jelly beans? I just shat my pants. Like, it's late term Reagan, but still, that was the Republican Party. The dude was a whiz at branding. He was a marketing genius. People to this day still say that. I can tell you, I could probably think of off the top of my head 2 or maybe 3 things at this exact moment in time that are government run that you absolutely want and that you trust and that you're good with. You interact with it. When's the last time you flew on a plane?
It was too long ago. I was a kid. I think I was like 12. So I haven't been on the plane in forever.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Air traffic control, FAA. Make sure that the planes don't crash into each other. That's the government. That is a very, 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 very important job. And there are crazy requirements for that job. Like, you can't even have taken NyQuil and go to the job the next day. It's crazy. It's crazy the requirements they put on air traffic controllers. But guess what? That is a job that is necessary. That is necessary to how civilization works here, right? And that is government run. That is one example. Post office. I guarantee that you probably don't like the post office because you probably had to go into the post office at some point. It was a long line. You didn't like it. Whatever. Okay, cool. Guess what?
I worked at the post
Go ahead.
office. No, I'm just saying I worked at the post office before, and I have no problem with the post office.
There you go. You worked at the okay. All right. See, you are on the other side of it then. You understand that the post office gets a bad rap. It gets lumped in with the DMV, right? But the post office is a bunch of motherfucking saints because you are required by law to deliver mail to Jim Bob McCorncob out in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. If there's a postal address on that mailbox, you are taking it there.
Mm-hmm.
That is government run. Also, with the post office, people always bring it up like, "Oh, well, it costs money. It's not profitable." Blue, I don't know if you were working at the post office when this happened. You might be too young for it. So once upon a time, back in 2006, the post office was profitable. The post office was literally profitable. And then the Republicans came along and said, we can't have that. That's not good. Because that makes government look like it works. And we don't like that because we want to privatize. So now we're going to impose random requirements on just the post office. Like funding pensions 70 years in advance. No other government agency had to do that. Not the DOD. Not DHS, not Department of Transportation, not Department of Justice, none of them. Not the White House, none. But the post office, for whatever reason, was required to fund pensions 70 years in advance. 70 years in advance. And then, lo and behold, they weren't profitable anymore. Wow. Literally, the Republicans had to make up bullshit requirements so that the post office would not be profitable. I always forget the name of the act. Give me 2 seconds. I'll tell y'all the exact name. Just
while Nemo does that, just want to say thank you to Anna for your generosity in the Blue app. It says, Matt, for you and Nemo, you both have the patience of an angel with MAGA and both entertained and educated by you two every time you guys are live. Thank you, Anna. I will make sure that Nemo gets his half of that. Is very generous. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
The name of the act is the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act of 2006, signed by George W. Bush.
You're right. Can I ask one more question? And now I'll leave chat.
Sure, friend. Sure. What would you like to talk about?
So for y'all say that Democrats are what you call very helpful. So I'm trying what you call one more thing that I'm trying to figure out is if they're so good, then why are there states, some of the worst states you can live in?
Hi. What state do you live in again?
Texas.
Cool. Do you know where I live?
No.
I live in Massachusetts. We're number one in education. We are either number one or number two in healthcare, depends on the year or exactly which study you're looking at. We are number one in quality of life in America. We have one of the lowest incidences of pew violence in the country. I think we're number two, the second lowest in the entire country. We are a net positive contributor to the federal government in terms of federal taxes. We have one of the strongest GDPs in the entire country. Also, we invented America. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but that was us. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Some of the best and most successful states in this country are blue states, my friend.
Even
California is the fourth largest economy on the planet. Also, like, basically everything matches that. Like, when it comes to education, UCLA, like, there are these massive names. Same thing is true in California. And New York, I mean, holy shit. That is the home of the, I guess, the financial hub, right? Wall Street, it's right there. Big Apple and all that shit. I know that people love to shit on New York City, but it is New York City. As much as people love to be like, oh, well, whatever, I like Dallas more. Yeah, How many songs they wrote about Dallas? I'm pretty sure they wrote more about New York City. I mean, to be fair, country music is, but whatever.
But why are people leaving blue states en masse?
They're actually not. See, that's the thing is that's actually kind of a misnomer. For example, you probably didn't know that the populations of Massachusetts and New York have steadily been growing the last couple of years. It's like people think that people are just leaving. Like, yeah, there was a dip of people who left during C-19 when people realized that there was like that time period when they were like, I can work from anywhere and houses, like I can, and like interest rates are really low and I'm going to move to Florida because I want to live on the beach. Okay, cool. Yeah, a bunch of people moved. That happened because they didn't have to stay. And then the opposite happened. People realized that they didn't want to live in the state that had the 50th worst inflation in the country, or that there were other issues. And then there were a bunch of people that moved in to Massachusetts. For example, from 2022 until now, we went from having 440,000 millionaires in Massachusetts to having 610,000 millionaires in Massachusetts. Like we're gaining wealth, we're gaining people, and so no, it's just not a thing. Like people that's the reason why it's so expensive to live here. That is one of the downsides to living here, is that it's more expensive, and the reason it's so expensive is because people are not stopping from coming here. It would be great if they were, because it would make things cheaper here. There'd be more houses, there'd be more apartments, prices would go down. But prices don't go down here, my friend. They just go up. And the same thing happens in New York as well. It's just expensive because people keep moving there. The same thing in California. Like, people are still moving to California. That's the reason it stays expensive. People always think that it's just like, people live in California, people live. No. People want to be there. That's why it's expensive, you know?
Yeah, I mean, California is like, it's one of those situations where, again, this is a testament to the marketing genius of the Republican Party. That just the sheer ability to message that the Republicans have to the 1,300 people watching. When you hear California, I'm assuming that you probably have some type of mildly negative connotation in your head. You're probably thinking of, I don't know, urban sprawl, smog, LA, endless expanse into whatever. Now, obviously, if you live in California, that's different. Y'all don't count. But the truth is that's a part of California. California is also where we get a ridiculous amount of our food. People don't realize that. People think that the breadbasket is in the middle, and there's definitely like a lot of food that comes from the middle of America, but also we get a shit ton of food from California. And there's all sorts of landscapes that run the gamut. Do you want the desert? You can get the desert. Do you want snow-capped mountains? You can do that. Do you want the beach? Have fun. Do you want somehow weirdly climate-controlled 70 degrees at all times? You can do that. It's called the Bay. Like, you can do that. Or LA or whatever. Like, just
San Diego.
There you go. You can do it. And there's just so much there, right? And I'm saying this as somebody, I don't live in California. I live in Georgia. I'd probably never live in California, but it's crazy how much stuff is there.
All right. That was the last thing I needed to talk about. I was trying to get into chat earlier, but it was taking too long. And it's like 1 o'clock and I have to go to work tomorrow. So, all right. Yeah, have a good night.
Okay.
You too.
Have a good night, Blue.
I saw it in the chat. Also, in addition to those landscapes I just said, you can go to motherfucking Endor. You can go to a whole other planet minus the Ewoks. The Ewoks look different. There are woodland critters there. They're not Ewoks. But you can go there. It's there. Go to a galaxy far, far away.
I don't know why. Oh, by the way, thank you. Thank you to Jeff for the $2 super chat over on the tube. You didn't say anything, but thank you for it. I don't know why. By the way, why I never thought of the analogy with an administrative warrant and Obi-Wan just being like, these are not the droids you're looking for. Basically it's like a fucking Jedi mind trick. That's literally
exactly
what a fucking administrative warrant is. It's like, you can go about your business, move along. That's literally what that shit is. Also, before I forget, you had mentioned that you wanted to trademark the Neocon, but if you trademark it, would it be a Neocon?
Oh shit. That's some Inception level.
I'll tell you.
We're going multiple levels in there. So okay. To people that had sent me the blue apps earlier. So one, Rika, thank you. for the Blue app. You said, to Professor Nemo, my tuition payment for tonight's education. Will there be an AI overview you can send out? I need to figure out if I can do that, because honestly, yeah, I do a lot of my. It's a lot of stream of consciousness, and yeah, I'm sure there's probably a way to do it.
If you clipped your monologue, which, although I know you get I know I send you the live from here, but it would be easier to just pull it from the tube. But if you just clipped your like a monologue and you fed that into AI, I bet it could. I bet it would like summarize it for you.
That's a good point. I might mess around with that.
Because usually they're longer. They're longer than that 2.5 minute bullshit TikTok clip limit, which is so fucking annoying sometimes. So,
Koala in the chat said Nemo vibe coding facts. That's awesome. Okay. And Tamara, thank you for the Blue app. You said, I'm not very familiar with Watergate, but people are saying the DOJ spying on Congress, looking at the unredacted emails or e-files is similar. Is it? Okay. Yeah. So it is similar. The very simplified version of Watergate. Key phrase to remember. It was not the crime. It was the cover-up. Watergate itself, the crime involved, the actual original crime, I mean, it was a crime, but it wasn't like a big deal, I guess. You know? It was the cover-up. That was the thing that sank Nixon and the Republicans. So, Watergate is the name of a hotel in D.C. at the time. And it was the headquarters for the Democrats, like their head center of operations. Nixon was a very, very, very paranoid man. He was extremely paranoid. And because he was paranoid, he thought, oh, the damn Democrats are they're gonna beat me. They're doing something. We need to tap the Democrats. God, the son of a bitch. So Nixon wanted to do that. Okay. So he figured, all right, well, to prepare, I'm going to bug the headquarters. So he covertly hired, and I recently found this out, some Cuban exiles. They were exiles from Cuba just because leverage, I guess, holy God, to do the bugging. Okay, to put the listening devices in. The problem was that when they did that, they kind of sucked at being covert, and so the way that they, I guess, kept track of, okay, we did this room or we did this room, was taking a little piece of, I think it was duct tape, and putting it on a doorknob, and I guess like somebody that was part of the cleaning crew came by, noticed the duct tape, and like took it off the doorknob, and then an hour later came back, the duct tape was there again. At that point, it was like, oh, hey, I think something's wrong.
Yeah.
Then they find out. Now, the actual crime is the spying, right?
Well, it's burglary. It was like burglary, or like it was breaking and entering, or burglary, or whatever the fuck. It was something like that. It was like basically stealing some shit, burglary.
Yeah, I think like breaking and entering. I mean, I don't know about DC. That's a misdemeanor, right?
It was a foul. I mean, I think it was burglary. It was they stole some shit. They were trying I think it was but still, like Neo says, like the basic crime was kind of bullshit.
Yeah,
it was everything else.
It was small potatoes. Yeah. Now, Nixon, again, very paranoid man, also power hungry as fuck. he proceeded to do a crazy cover up of Watergate, of that. He tried to cover it up so bad. Instructed his attorney general to do all sorts of illegal things, and his attorney general said, "How about fuck off?" And he said, "Well, how about I fire you?" And so then he did that, and then he did it again, and then I think he did it a third time, and then he fired some other people just for good measure. That was called the Saturday Night Massacre. Basically a shit ton of people got fired all at once because they would not go along with what he was telling them to do. And so he just kept firing people until somebody said yes. So that happened. Also, this part I'm not clear on. Spiro Agnew, whoever that person was, and I think they were arrested or put in prison or something.
No, you resigned. Agnew resigned. Didn't he? He just resigned. Pretty sure.
Who am I thinking of?
I don't know who you're thinking of. I'm pretty sure that Spiro Agnew just resigned. I think. If I recall. Yeah, he resigned. But are you thinking of, was it his chief of staff?
I think it is. Yeah, I think you're right. That's it. Okay. It was okay. So Watergate's key convicted individuals: G. Gordon Liddy, E. Howard. These aren't telling me who these people are. Okay.
Oh, wait a
I know at one point there were people in his administration that were literally put in a jail and in the brig, essentially at a local military base.
Hold on. You actually you're kind of right about this, because under increasing pressure to resign, Agnew took the position that a sitting vice president could not be indicted and met with Speaker of the House Carl Albert on September 25th asking for an investigation. Cited as precedent, an 1826 House investigation of Vice President John C. Calhoun, who is alleged to have taken improper payments while a cabinet member. Albert, second in line of the presidency under Agnew, responded that it would be improper for the House to act in a matter before the courts. Agnew also filed a motion to block any indictment on the grounds that he had been prejudiced by improper leaks from the Justice Department, tried to rally public opinion, giving a speech before a friendly audience in L.A., asserting his innocence and attacking prosecution. Nevertheless, Agnew entered into negotiations for a plea bargain on the condition he wouldn't serve jail time. He wrote in his memoirs he entered the plea bargain because he was worn out from the extended crisis, protected his family, and feared he wouldn't get a fair trial. Made his decision on October 5th, and plea negotiations took place over the following days. On October 9th, Agnew visited Nixon at the White House and informed the president of his impending resignation. October 10th, he appeared before a federal court in Baltimore and pleaded no contest to one felony charge, tax evasion, for the year 1967. And then they agreed that there wouldn't be any further prosecution of Agnew. And that was it. So you're actually right. He was not like arrested, but like fucking court. Yeah.
And you had mentioned it at the start of that. So we are still haunted, of course, by the ghost of Ronald Reagan, but we're also haunted by the ghost of Richard Nixon. How? Because there was a memo that circulated in the Office of Legal Counsel, which is like, I guess, the internal lawyer for the White House. It's not the DOJ, it's kind of its own thing. And that opinion, that memo, was that you cannot indict a sitting president. That is still, to this day, the policy. The OLC opinion. The very same opinion that Robert Mueller cited when asked, why did you not indict Donald Trump? Now, I did some more digging on this. It looks like Robert Mueller also then later on said, we also didn't, he phrased it in a wishy-washy way, but like, he didn't literally say we didn't find anything. It's that wasn't the purpose of, it was some mealy-mouthed way of saying it. Mueller annoyed the fuck out of me, but that is still, to this day, the case. So a president cannot be indicted. So what the logic, the way that this works, according to the OLC, is, well, if a president commits a crime, like if a president just goes and, I don't know, blows up a school bus of puppies. All right, well, step one, you impeach him. Because you can't indict him, you can't arrest him, you can't do any of that. So you have to impeach and remove him from the office. And once he's out of the office, now you can do all the things, right? It's a silly little thing. But yeah, that traces back to Nixon. Watergate. So to tie it back into what Tamara asked, it is kind of similar because the DOJ, for anybody that doesn't know, based on the what Pam Bondi said earlier, I guess it was yesterday. So there were Democrats that were part of the committee related to the Jeff situation. They went to the Department of Justice and they observed unredacted stuff related to the Jeff files. Now, of course, that is in a secured room. Everything's like, whatever. Okay, that makes sense. You want to lock it down? Fine. Fast forward to when Pam Bondi came in. Pam Bondi has what she calls a burn book. It is the most Mean Girls coded thing. Just, Anyway, it's basically just silly talking points that she has lined up for every person on the committee. It's like, oh, Ted Lieu. Well, Ted Lieu, do you know Joe Perez? He was arrested for a hit and run in your I bet you didn't know that, Ted Lieu. Like, it was that she did that shit for all of them the whole time, not answering questions. It was ridiculous. Anyway, in that burn book, apparently there were logs of searches that were conducted on those computers in the DOJ. So there were 4 computers in the DOJ that people were able to go to look through the Jeff files. They were able to look, they were in search, it's like a PDF. So they were able to search shit. Okay. All of those searches were logged. All of the things that they did whenever they were looking through those files, all of that was logged. Pam Bondi had that with her whenever she went to the hearing.
But, you know, everything's fine. They're definitely not spying on their political opponents.
Like, I feel like in the case of, in this situation, it's like reverse Watergate. Because, like, in this case, it is the crime. I mean, the cover-up is also bad, but, like, it is the crime, right? Because the cover-up is dog shit. Because Donald Trump is so demented at this point that he can't lie convincingly.
Yeah. No, I think I would. Maybe not so much. I don't know if I would actually fully declassify that because, maybe there's a really good upstanding guy that's in those files, and maybe he definitely didn't have weird opinions or proclivities when it comes to women of a certain age. literally not women. Maybe he's wrong place, wrong time. He's actually a saint, and so maybe I wouldn't publish that. Maybe
Nemo, maybe. Will Pam Bondi go to jail for this eventually? I gotta tell you, there's some fucking perjury going on here. And I think that we could absolutely see something happen with the perjury. I think we could see that shit happen for sure. So, hi, Erica.
Erica,
what's up, friend?
What's up, losers? I'm just kidding. Hi, guys.
Get 'em, losers. We're going straight.
Losers. Hi, guys. How's it going?
It's going good. Dan Raiders, what's happening? Uh-oh. What does that
Awesome.
mean?
I'm checking just in time. I didn't know that was happening.
I didn't either, but I was just getting ready to say that it's probably time to wrap things up. I mean, because, oh boy. Oh, no.
I'm surprised it's not 6 a.m. and he stopped. Normally, Dan likes to stay on for a while, you know.
But it's still kind of
Dan Raiders just missed like a whole like History Channel episode.
You really did. I know. We just had fun.
Like back when it was good, not like the fucking ancient aliens stuff. I'm talking about like
When it was good when we were kids. It was so
Yeah.
good when we were kids. Now all you do is do aliens and antiques and shit. I don't know. I haven't had
Pawn
cable in a long time.
Stars.
Yeah, Pawn Stars and shit. I don't like that.
I
I
mean,
don't like that. Did someone just ask me, am I going live tonight? No. Sleep.
I mean, if we have one more, if we have one more Trump, look, we got one more Trump supporter. I mean, I'm down now. I feel bad because I do appreciate you, Dan Raiders, and I don't want to get. It's this guy. It's a lot of this guy. All right, that's what we're.
That dude is the bald guy from Pawn Stars. Like,
Gotta give the people what they want.
I have the Magna Carta. Best I can do is 5 cents and
I have the
a
original-
Kohl's gift card.
I have the original oldest copy of the Bible straight from Ethiopia. I'll give you $1 and a half eaten chip ahoy.
Best I can do,
Best I
Erica.
can do.
Best I can do.
It's signed by Jesus, though. All right, I get you pull a bar. Okay, fine. Maybe I'll throw in some expired coupons for Chick-fil-A.
Jesus chicken. No, guys, I wanted to tell you that I was doing random stuff, and Phil. What's his name? Phil Creed. That kid.
I don't think.
Damn, I hate when y'all do that. I don't know. The dude, I don't know. He mentioned you by name, Matt. I don't know.
Now I feel bad. Wait, is it like a
It's the one that
guest?
doesn't like to be called Phil.
Oh wait, that's
Yes.
starting to.
Yes, that is clicking. Yes, Phil. Yes. Uh-huh.
Yes,
Yes. Got it
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
That
got it.
guy.
Boom. Okay.
He's live. It was so fun. He's live, right? And I'm at the end of the day, guys, I just want to let y'all know I'm a mom. I am a mom. So I was over there gentle parenting him. Just gentle parenting.
Nicely.
Yes.
Sweetly.
Yeah.
Gently.
He's 19. Yeah, he's 19. Like Bubba's 12. Like, come on. Like, give him the motherly affection that his mom probably never gave him. So there's that. I don't know.
When he mentioned me by name, was it must not have been nice. I have a feeling
It wasn't. He says that we are all that there is a tree and we are all a part of that tree and that we've all been deified. I'm like, what? I told that boy, I said, I'm a grown ass woman. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? But yeah, we've all been deified. It was funny. It was funny. Like, I hope that kid, his personality changes. He's 19. He has time. He does.
I mean, we had some We had a couple of converts tonight. We had some people who were like reasonable, like I don't know.
It was weird.
Weird night tonight.
Awesome. Fantastic. That's good. That's good. I really do hope like when like the people who come up here and they're like, you can tell when they're genuine. Oh, were you guys able to change that Daniel guy that spoke like super he wasn't sure of himself? Was he a convert? The one I was sending all those memes about the gifts?
No.
The gifs?
No.
Oh.
Oh no.
That crybaby.
No. That was no, absolutely not. He just I was after. No, he crashed. He would not admit that he was just simply xenophobic. He just wouldn't admit it. He just wanted. He's like, what's the capital of Saudi Arabia? What's the capital of? He got mad that Nemo like gave him the citizenship test. No, and like hit him with a couple of basic questions, and he couldn't answer them. And then we clowned him for wanting to purity test immigrants, and we're like, dude, how can you do this? You don't even know the answers to these questions, so like, come on. And he kept dancing around it. We're like, what is it that you want from these people when they come here? What is it? And he couldn't give us an answer, and it just became so abundantly clear that it wasn't it. You know, we hit him with the new Cato Institute study. We hit him with, we're like, it's not economic, it's not this, it's not that. And of course, I'm just like, dude, just like I said, at least when the other white nationalists come up, they're just like, this is what we want. I was like, I don't like it, but I respect that they're just honest about it. Like, at least they tell us what they are.
Like, don't jerk me around. Just be straightforward with it. But I'm totally actually gonna steal that. Like whenever I steal someone's thing, I let them know. I'm totally gonna steal that. I'm gonna keep some citizenship questions in my back pocket when they come up there being a xenophobic, and then I'm gonna just ask them. And if they can't pass the citizenship test, then you know what? You don't get to be on the panel anymore. You have a great night.
You can find a sample test online real easy.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've done it before with some mutuals up here. We did some trivia, and it was really fun doing the citizenship test.
Yeah, I ended up asking just 3. And it was like the super basic ones, right? So how many branches of government are there? He said 3. So he got that one. And then he failed. So, okay, cool. How many representatives are there in the House of Representatives? His first answer was 50. And I said, okay, I'm going to give you another chance. The House of Representatives in Congress, not the Senate, even though that's not even the number for the Senate. And he said, oh, okay, my bad. 300.
I knew that the whole time.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
So he said 300. Okay. And then I think
I forget what the last one.
How many amendments are there?
Oh yeah, amendments. He said
12.
He said 12.
12.
Oh my God. What happened to the whoa, holy shit.
That's what I said. See, Erica, that was the same reaction I had. I was like, bro. I was like, even if you didn't know that there were 27, you're missing 3 of the really important ones.
No, actually, like 4 other really important ones, because there's the 19th Amendment.
Oh yeah, 19. I know, right? And 19. I was like, but like 13, 14, like.
Actually,
jeez,
I didn't pick up on that until just now. Like, I wonder if that was intentional. Yeah, there's 12 amendments before this country started going to hell.
Oh my God.
There's only 10 in my Trump Bible, you know.
Yeah, 10 amendments, 10 commandments.
Holy shit. Whoa, that's wicked.
Yes.
Guess what, guys? I just want to let you all know something. All right. Well, it's the 13th now, but February 12th, I actually did not debate one Trump supporter. I took the entire day off. And then around like 8 o'clock, I started jonesing.
Erica's over here like, I don't know what I'm going to do.
I got to go yell at some Trump supporters. It took everything not to request up on Hector's on your live when you guys were debating. Like I saw Dan wasn't, so I was trolling Dan because I was like, "Is this another 7-hour live about a woman?" And then, if you know, you know. And then, what else? It was like Liv was over in hell with that Texas lady, the forehead lady, the lady with the forehead.
God.
Yeah, he was over in hell, and he was like, "Request up." I said, "Not tonight."
Erica, this is literally me. Like when I'm on vacation, like after a couple of days, I'm I am Tyrone. This is me. Like that's literally. So I can
seriously.
I'm like over here. Like,
Seriously, like when I go to Barcelona in May, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave my phone at home. I'm gonna leave it at home.
you gotta. You're not gonna bring your phone with you to.
No, I'm gonna leave it at home.
Well, what are you gonna? What do you? I mean, you're not gonna have your phone with you?
I'm just gonna leave it at home. I'll bring my camera to take pictures, but I'm leaving my phone at home.
You don't want to have like. Come on, but you need your phone. You're a text or have Google Maps or like what? Like.
What do I need that for? I will have 2 friends with me. They can use their phones. I'm just kidding. But I'm going to seriously resist the urge, though, to not. Like, aren't you supposed to be celebrating your 60th? Oh, Dan, stop telling all my business.
I mean, at that point, like, to, like, resist the urge to talk about politics, man, like, it could be a situation where, by that point, when you go to Barcelona, there will be people there that will see that you're American and say, "Are you okay?"
That part.
And then
I'm going to have to tell them no.
Está bien.
Yeah, and I have to learn Spanish also, like some Spanish, because all I know is like de nada and la biblioteca. Yeah, that's it.
We need to chat when that gets closer. 2 of my very best friends live in Barcelona. I've been a number of times, and I absolutely have some recommendations for you. I love Barcelona, and you're gonna love it. So allow me to give you some Barcelona. Allow me to give you some recommendations, please. So
please do, friend. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. All right. Are you guys about to end, or are you gonna do one more?
I don't know if we have any Trump supporters.
I just want to yell just a little bit.
Let me see if I don't know.
Oh, Catalan. So it's in Catalonia. Oh, crud. So I have to learn a different type of Spanish.
Yeah, it's basically it's just any S sound is
yeah. It's just a little. It's more like an accent. It's an accent thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Ruthie, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh no.
Nope. Okay, no. Let's see.
We woke them up.
I think so. Mama Sunshine, did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay.
One thing that was really funny about the dude. Oh. M.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? No.
So that dude, I feel like he took it personal whenever he screwed up on the citizenship test questions. And so the whole time that he was not answering the question that Matt and I kept asking him about, like the whole assimilation, whatever thing, he would just hit us with random trivia questions. What's capital of Saudi Arabia? What's what was the other ones that he was asking? He was asking, the just soli and just sanguinis, which is like, what's, but he didn't say it in Latin. He said, what's law of the soil and law of the blood? And then I like said, oh, you're talking about that? And then Matt knew what it was immediately. And he said, well, Latin is a dead language.
I was like,
yeah.
These people. Brett, you're a friendly friend. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I know I've been in your box for like 3 or 4 days now. I had a book that I wanted to recommend to you and to everyone. And I kind of decided that I'd stop requesting up if it became not relevant, but like it's relevant so frequently.
Okay.
So, like the last caller you had that you were talking with, he said that when it comes to ICE, that we should just let them do what they want to do and it'll all be over. And that to me rings, Schnauzis, just let them take away the Jews and this will all be over. The book I wanted to recommend is called The Origins of Totalitarianism by Hannah Arendt. She lived through the Holocaust or Schmolocaust. I don't know if I can say that. But she was she actually was an academic who had a love affair with Martin Heidegger, he's a philosopher, and she was at the Eichmann trial during the Nuremberg trials, and she gave a speech about the banality of evil. And she said that the issue with the Schnazi regime is that everybody kept saying, oh, well, we were just following orders, or, oh, we were just letting the authorities do what they needed to do and getting out of their way. And she was saying that the true evil was the people who stood by and let it happen. And so many callers that you have, they subtly present themselves in a way that is very in line with what she wrote about. And the book has multiple parts. I recommend the whole thing, but the first part is the origin of Jewish people, what their the history of the Jewish people.
Okay.
And then it goes on to explain how totalitarian governments come to be. And it's a very heady book. It's very academic, like a textbook. But if you can tolerate it, it is extremely poignant for what we're seeing right now. And I know that the comparison between the Schnauzis and MAGA, might be on the nose, and people probably make that comparison constantly. It might be over talked about. But this book is very relevant for what's going on right now.
Well, thank you, Brett. We appreciate it very much, and I put it up on the screen there for a little bit, so if you guys wanted to screenshot it, and we appreciate the recommendation. We'll have to check it out. Okay, bud? I hope you have a good rest of your night, friend. All right, take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. All right, let's see who is in the box. Yes, that was a little crunchy. Yes.
I definitely made a joke in the chat about that, and I'm going to hell for it, and that's okay.
Oh man, I missed it.
Beachy, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? Beachy. Nope. All right. If you voted for Donald Trump, get in the box.
Get in the box. Get in Max box. Get in Max box.
Lex, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
So I didn't, but here's the thing, I didn't vote. And so I'm not really here to discuss like MAGA policy, but I'm here to discuss like I'm the problem. But here's the problem with me being the problem. Every time I go to sign up to vote, I have this intense anxiety about if I should choose Republican or Democrat because I see the sides of both sides.
How old are you and what state are you in?
I'm 26. I'm 25. I'm sorry. And I'm in Oklahoma.
Okay. So you have decision paralysis based on which political party to choose?
Yes, because obviously like in a red state, I was raised Republican. But like in high school, I was really into politics. And then quickly outside of high school, I realized politics is like not a big deal as it should be. And so that like put me off a lot. And so then it was like, okay, well, why even? I'm not gonna bother with this. I'm not gonna put up with it. And I know it's horrible. It makes me want to cry, but that's what happened. And so ever since then, it's been just like, I see both sides of the thing and I'm not sure which one I should choose, if it's really that big of a deal, or
So
how I
I
should
looked
move
it up.
forward?
So in Oklahoma, it's what's called a closed primary. So whenever you're registering to vote, depending on your state, every state does it a little different. They'll ask you for like your party affiliation or to like register with a party. Now, sometimes you can put independent or unaffiliated. That's an option, right? But in Oklahoma, that is not. So in Oklahoma, you're given Democratic, Republican, or Libertarian. Those are your three options. And it's what's called a closed primary. So in Georgia, we don't have closed primaries unless something has changed. So basically, I think I'm registered as a Democrat in Georgia, but I could vote in the Republican primary. Not, I mean, the general is different, right? But just the primary. I could vote in the Republican primary if I wanted to, but I just couldn't
Okay, right,
also
but
then
so since
vote in the other
Oklahoma
one.
has a closed one,
Right.
right? So I feel like it becomes a bigger
Yes,
deal
bars.
about
Go ahead,
which one
Barb.
I choose because
Lex, you're cutting out, friend. Can you be in a better spot for signal? Maybe I don't know if you're.
oh, I'm sorry.
You're cutting out. Maybe you could move to a better spot, maybe for Wi-Fi or for your service.
May I say something to her once her signal's good?
Sure, friend.
Thanks.
You
Is
said
it
Lex,
better? Okay, go
Lex.
ahead. I'm sorry.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, you said you're 26, so that means 10 years ago in 2016, you were 16 years old, so maybe a sophomore or a junior in high school, and we had the guy that's currently president, running for president. He then became president, so you finished out high school with him, running the United States of America, and you saw all of the things that he was doing, the way in which he spoke about people, how he spoke about women. I don't have to give examples. You know how he spoke about people, demographics that weren't white, cisgender, heterosexual male. And so that probably gave you that energy, that zest, that zeal to want to be involved in politics. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. I know
Okay.
I did lose my support for Trump before I graduated, but I feel like a lot of it had to do with like my initial support of him had to do with the ignorance, like the blatant, like when like you're just surrounded by the right, like the only thing you see is the right and you don't see anything else. And so like here lately I've gotten into it because I did a deep dive into the internet and I can see all this evidence from my own eyes. But like whenever I go to Google Democrat versus Republican to see like which one I truly am, like I see both sides of both parties to an extent, But I feel like it being a closed primary is a really important factor, and I'm just not sure which one I need to choose.
Well, then you have to look at it. So like imagine right now you were registered to vote and you had to go into a booth today at this very moment and you had to choose between Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you choose?
I would definitely choose Kamala, but
Then there you go. And the reason why I
with
say that is because you can change your party affiliation. You can. Selecting a party truly is only for like the primaries. All right. Like here in Arizona,
okay,
if you register as an independent, you don't get to participate in the primaries. Right. That's why I had to register as a Democrat. All right.
so
But
being as experienced as you are, how important would you say are the primaries?
the primaries are important, especially when picking a candidate, because voting in the primaries is basically
Which
selecting
chooses
who your delegates votes are going to go to. All right, for like
yes.
the electoral college. So that's why I say it is important to do so. So you definitely want to vote in the primaries. Also, depending on your state, whenever you do have like an important race like we have for the upcoming midterms, like a state like Texas, where you have Tallarico and Crockett, along with I always get his name wrong, Cornyn and
Cornyn. You got it.
Paxton.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to vote in the primaries because you want to make sure that you have the best candidate on the ballot when it comes time for the actual election.
But then I think I come to the decision of like, is it better for me to be on the Republican side because I feel like almost all of our candidates are Republican? Or is it better for me to side with the Democratic side of things because of how everything's been going lately?
Well, I have a question. I was going to say something. I was thinking along the lines that like Trump's first term got you involved in politics, not in a I support Trump way. I was totally thinking it differently, but I can say this. Democratic presidents have a habit of making us comfortable because there aren't too many shenanigans going on with Democratic presidents. It typically is business as usual, but Trump, he changes things. He makes everyone pay attention to all that's going on around them. And I would say it depends on where your values are. Like, what do you believe in? All right. I'm not going to tell you who you should register to vote for. I'm simply not going to tell you that. I hope you all know that's never been my position to tell people what to do, who to vote for. I just simply want you to think about it. And then your decision comes down to what it is that you believe in. All right. But you can't get upset with someone if they say that your beliefs suck ass. I'm just going to tell you that. That's the best way I can put it. You can't get upset with someone if they tell you that. So you have to think about what is it that you believe in and what is it that you want to stand for. Like, do you support Donald Trump's economic policies? Do you like tariffs? You like paying higher taxes?
Right, like you're completely right, and I appreciate your response. In regards to that, I feel like Donald Trump isn't a great face for the Republicans, though. Is it just him?
The Republican Party
all
is
Republicans?
dead.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
No, I'm
Wait,
telling you
what
the
do
truth.
you
The
mean?
Republican Party is dead. It's
What do
MAGA
you mean by
now.
that?
It's MAGA now. They're gonna put. Do you
Oh,
want to vote for JD Vance?
okay, I see what you're saying now.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, that put it into perspective.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it. It helped a lot. Okay, have a good night.
Okay, friend. Have a good night.
You too, love. Have a good one. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the
love you can have inside.
Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Sexual chocolate, y'all. Sexual chocolate.
Give it up for my bad sexual chocolate.
That boy good.
That boy good. That you're so glue.
Matt, you are showing your age.
God damn it. That is such a great pumpkin movie. God damn, that
It
is
is.
such a good movie. Oh,
His mama named him Cassius, I'm gonna call him Cassius. Or his mama named him Clay. His mama named him Clay, I'm gonna call him Clay. What is that, Velvet?
Hey, Joe Frazier? What? Nobody I don't think if you were not, I'm sorry, if you were not old enough to remember coming to America or trading places, that is some fucking, I'm not going to say it's peak Eddie Murphy, because I mean obviously you had Beverly Hills Cop and 48 Hours and different stuff, but those were
That's some good-
that's
that's a
some
good
good
movie.
shit. That is some really good shit. Okay, I'm sorry, really good shit. Anyways, yeah, really good shit. Yes, defining movies, absolutely. All right. I'm gonna.
They made a sequel. They made a
Oh.
sequel to Coming to
Oh,
America.
I saw
They
it.
did. It's on Amazon.
I watched it.
There
And
was a
Wesley
question from the
Snipes'
chat.
crazy ass was in it, and I loved it. I loved every second of it.
It wasn't bad. I didn't. It was. I mean, it was okay. It was okay. So I mean, it was okay. The original was so good.
So much better.
It was so good. It was okay. It was okay. It was okay.
But there was a question in the chat. Are you going to be on in the afternoon with Erica?
Oh yes, tomorrow I will be on. Today. Well, it depends on how you look at it, but yeah, I'm going to go to
Yeah.
sleep and then wake up, and then yes, afternoon, Friday afternoon with Erica. Absolutely,
British Erica.
British
You
Erica.
all know the drill.
British Erica. Absolutely, yes.
I'm American Erica, and she's British Erica.
Absolutely. That's how we know the difference.
Yes, that's exactly. Because she's also African English or some shit.
Yeah, it's hard to tell you two apart by any other way other than
Exactly.
the name delineation. Also,
Fucking
this Erica
twins.
is the C, and that one is the K, and so it's
That part.
that part.
Other than that, the resemblance is uncanny.
Uncanny.
Yes.
All right, I am gonna wrap up and go to sleep though. So for real this time, because since I'm gonna be on today, Friday afternoon with Erica. So thank you to everyone for being here. Do us all a favor. If you haven't subscribed on the tube, please do so. Both on my account here and then down in the description. Subscribe to Nemo as well. Make sure that you've subscribed. Follow me here and on my backup account. You're following Nemo and his many backup accounts. Follow our friend Erica, of course. By the way, someone just informed me a few moments ago with a screenshot that I have hit 30,000 followers. Thank you guys very much for that. That's very cool. I'm not as cool as my other friends here, but I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was really cool. Are we raiding? Sure. If there's somebody on to raid, so let's take a look. And while we do that, I want to remind you guys that you can join up in Nemo's Discord with a link in his bio and in mine. You can also join up in Ari's Discord, where I've got a space there, link in my bio as well. Okay. Let's see. Swan is on, and Joey is on, and that's all I see. Unless you got someone else that you'd like to go to.
Yeah, that's the only ones I see too.
You
going to bed, Erica? Or you gonna go over to Swan's?
I'm going to go either listen to Joey or Swan, but I don't think I'm going to join any more panels because I'm braiding my hair right now.
Oh.
And I had a big head and a lot of hair. It's taking a lot of work.
That's a lot. That's so much work. Oh my god, that's so much work.
Because you're
Yeah,
smart,
last time you
Erica.
had to do it, Matt, it took so long, didn't it?
I
know,
No, I know. Is my niece. I could tell you a story. Erica, I had no idea. Anyways, I had to tell you stories. Like I had no idea, friend. That's all. Anyways,
It takes forever.
it takes fucking forever. Oh my god.
God, Jesus Christ.
Um,
I'm going to be up until fucking 8 o'clock in the morning doing this crap. I already
Guys,
can feel it.
that's why you have to give extra support to your black female creators, because oh my god, the amount of fucking time it takes with the fucking oh my god. So
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Carpal tunnel's real.
So I don't know. Well, we have gone to Swan. I guess we have gone to Swan a bunch of nights. Maybe we should go to Joey tonight. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's show Joey some love.
Let's raid Joey.
Let's do Joey. And that's good. He's on. So it's Joey does it. Let's head on over there. Tell him that we sent you. I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon. And we'll have some more fun. Thank you all so very much for being here. Thank you all of our mods, both here and on the tube. You guys are fantastic, and it is very, very much appreciated. Very appreciated. The amount of work that you guys do. Thank you so much.